our station here. Later we're going to have Oliver Campbell on in just a little bit, at least hopefully. Right now I'm Darkstar, and this is Hat.
Hey, how's it going?
We are going to be talking about inane things until our heart's content just decides to die out. Okay, so let's go up to the top of my notes here. Okay, we found a really good two-sided article on was it TechCrunch at the beginning of the week, and here it is. Let's open this up.
How's it going, guys?
How's it going, Jason?
Hey, how's it going?
Good, good. Good to be here tonight.
Good to have you, man. All right. Okay, so this is the article, and I'm going to see if I can't share that.
All right, let me take a look. Gamergate, an issue with two sides?
Yes.
Yeah, I've read this.
Oh, yeah, this was the good one.
All right, awesome. So, what did you think about it, man?
My God, I really liked it. That was one of the most balanced articles I had seen on the thing, and this was back towards the end of September too.
Right.
So it was really good to finally have something so balanced, and I think we actually had the author Libertarian Blue on a stream at some point, and he was a good guy to have on there too. I mean, he's fairly neutral-minded about it. I think overall he leans more towards supporting Gamergate, but he still does have his neutral tendencies, and I think honestly that's really good to have.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think the same. I was surprised to actually see anything that neutral and representing both sides come out of any of the articles at that time, so it was great to see.
Yeah, it really was. The fact that we could get actually neutral people with us really helps our case a lot. And what does not help in Aggie's case, and the Gamergaters' case, is that when you're with us or against us, you basically eliminate the neutral target, which essentially forces them to be part of your target group. So that doesn't help them at all, especially in the mind of the rational public, who sees you as being irrational. They don't want to admit that yet, but it's essentially truth. Whenever you can't be seen as accommodating to the neutral party, then you are, by definition, irrational.
Right. A lot of the irrational stuff, I think, so far, the irrational behavior I've seen from anti-Gamergate has been the best, I don't want to say recruiting tool, but the best tool to get people actually looking into Gamergate and seeing what's going on behind the scenes here.
Mm-hmm. I can get with that. What do you think?
As far as going like behind the scenes with it, or
yeah.
Hell, I don't know.
Awesome. All right. Now we've seen Anita with the oh gosh, where was it that she was at that had the threat?
Utah.
Oh, yeah, Utah.
Utah. Okay. Now, as being kind of a pro-gun person, I'm kind of interested to see what the direction that she takes with this, and I believe it had been rumored that they were kind of debating on the strategy that they're going to go after gun control with. Do you guys think that it might be something very akin to Gamergate?
I think that's definitely a part of their strategy. I mean, they're making it clear. Even tonight, Anita was posting. What was that she posted? Let me look it up really quick. She posted something about the shootings.
Not a coincidence. It's always men and boys committing mass shootings.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ideas of toxic masculinity in our culture.
Right.
So
I
I mean,
think.
they're
Go ahead.
going for a total culture war. They're going to go for the guns. They're going to go for anything remotely masculine at this point, in my opinion.
Well, anything. I think it's more than that. It's just anything that can be used against their narrative, whether or not you really agree with any type of feminism or not. I believe it's actually going to boil down to um, anything that can be used against their narrative, which includes free speech.
Hmm.
Guns is just a hot topic issue that will get people pissed, and it's known for getting people pissed off enough that they will act irrationally. And that is one of the things that, at least, maybe a tinfoil hat, but I think that they use to make us look irrational, or at least gun control advocates to look irrational, Gamergaters to look irrational. Now, they hadn't succeeded very far with making Gamergaters look irrational. We've done a very good job, and I'm actually very proud of us for coming that far and not getting drawn into that kind of a crossfire, at least as much as some other places may have been.
I mean, you'd think they'd like guns and like to own guns. I mean, the reason I haven't ran out of my house after receiving threats is because I own guns. So, yay,
Exactly.
Second Amendment.
Well, when you were gonna say something?
Nah, I was just gonna quip that I don't have a gun. I should probably go get one.
You should.
One of the biggest arguments with gun control is that it does make women very equal in terms of size and whatnot. And the argument comes in, and I really don't want to make this whole thing about gun control, so just stop me if I get on a tirade. Is that they want to use, like, oh, you want home protection, buy a shotgun. Well, there's a lot of women that are smaller. Shotguns are notoriously large. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but last time I picked up a 5-round Mossberg 12-gauge pump, I mean, I'm a big guy, and that thing will still blow your shoulder off. And I can imagine what it would do to, like, say, someone like my wife who's like, 5'2" and 105 pounds.
Right, I understand that as well. But I mean, there's a lot of smaller arms, pistols women could use to protect themselves in the home if necessary. That would work just fine for home use.
You're absolutely right, but they're also they want to go after those pistols, things that hold more than, 5 rounds, 10 rounds, something like that. But I think that they will go around with the misogyny and how the guns oppress women. I'm not sure exactly how that happens, because guns can oppress anybody. But it is something that we're going to have to watch and kind of keep a note of on how that goes about. Because if they use the same tactics, we can basically say they've got something else besides all these smaller goals that they're going after. But anyway, enough tinfoil hat for that. If anybody has seen, I don't know if any of you guys have seen it, a good documentary to watch that I saw on Twitter was something called Indoctrinate You. Have you guys heard of this?
Yes, absolutely.
I haven't heard of it.
Okay. When you get the time, man, go and check out that video. It talks about the indoctrination of certain political beliefs within university. Oh, great. Twitter's back. Awesome. Within university. And it's not so much geared towards that, we want, don't want to hear about conservative views, or we don't want to hear about liberal views. We don't want to hear about conservative views. We don't want our teacher to influence those views. And when you tie it into Gamergate, what you get is something akin to the feminists pushing an agenda like they do in Gamergate on younger generations of college kids, so that they think and act in a certain manner. You guys want to give an opinion on that?
It's not something I noticed in college, but it's something I have seen I'm starting to believe from looking around the other people and academia stuff I've seen in Gamergate. But I have to
Right.
look into it a bit more.
Well, I mean, when you hear Sargon talk about Digra, I mean, it really is kind of for some people it's a stretch to make say, oh God, academia can't be really that involved, can it? But then you look and see how much social justice has its claws into academia itself, and then you start thinking it's not as far off as you would believe. I mean, academia is not foolproof.
I guess I can speak as sort of a current college student now.
Okay.
The stuff that they talk about in Indoctrinate You is absolutely present. You'll have English professors talking about feminism in pretty obvious support of certain feminist ideals, and sort of injecting that into how essays should be written for certain material that's covered, whether it be just dissecting novels or certain story traits, what have you.
Mm-hmm.
If you're critical of the theory, you're not going to be well received, which honestly kind of sucks. And if you really want to get down into it, as far as the whole social justice mentality that's been going around, and everyone likes to talk about that.
Mm-hmm.
I was in an education program
Okay.
for about last year and a half, and I dropped out recently. And part of the reason why is because they were teaching us to see stuff like privilege first and foremost in the classroom with students and stuff. So if we were going to treat a student a certain way, we had to take into account, okay, what's their economic background, what's their race, what's their sexual orientation and stuff.
Okay.
And even when it came to stuff like disciplining students, like if someone was one of the books that we had was called actually let me grab it. I have it sitting on my coffee table here. It's called Teaching with Poverty in Mind. And what it was basically a way of saying that kids who come from economically impoverished families or backgrounds typically act a certain way in the classroom. And for example, if they are violent or exhibit that sort of behavior, whether it be verbal or physical, it is them lashing out against a system that has disprivileged them or has oppressed them. I mean, that's literally what this book is fucking saying here. So as far as those sorts of ideologies being sort of injected into spaces where people are supposed to be learning about stuff, not really related to it even, it's absolutely there.
Yeah, I believe that too. I saw that also in many courses in sociology, where sociology was actually intended to be just a study of basically the psychology of the group, whereas psychology is like the independent mind. The sociology would actually attempt to rationalize groupthink, or not necessarily rationalize it, but at least analyze groupthink. And so you'd get like a psychologist who would have in mind, say, if a person is a 30-year-old white male, 30-year-old white female in scrubs, you already have a general mindset of her mental status, her what she finds important in life, and her general overlook or outlook on society. And that actually kind of works as long as it gives it the caveat that this is a baseline. This is not exactly what's going to happen in every case. But with newer sociology, it does exactly what you're talking about, Hat. It starts talking about why they should feel oppressed, and it's not their responsibility that they feel this way. In the term of being like oppressed, no matter what group it is, it's not their fault. It's our fault, and we should, accommodate them. It's like we should accommodate the Anita Sarkeesians in the group because there's only one of her and 50 of us, and she feels oppressed. So,
I don't think.
Weird.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, going back to the economic background stuff you were talking about, doesn't that just seem like that's none of people's damn business? But I mean, I just assume as somebody that came from a disadvantaged background, you eventually learn how to act like an adult when you go to class. You cannot be poor forever. But go ahead.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
I was going to say, I don't think that we should automatically validate everything that's claimed by people like Anita Sarkeesian just because they are oppressed or because they experience harassment. And this is something I've really noticed in coverage of her and of the Feminist Frequency series. There's really no validation beyond she was harassed for this and she experienced abuse for this, so there must be some grain of truth. Some, like, I think it was Anita's law that they tried to coin, which said the comments on any article or video about feminism justify the need for feminism.
Oh, okay.
And that makes no fucking sense.
Say that again. My brain doesn't have the RAM to process that much shit.
It's the article, the comments on any article or video about feminism will justify the need for feminism. The theory goes that someone will say something that is misogynistic or just terrible or question the need for a feminist critique of something.
Mm-hmm.
And that somehow validates the need for it.
God.
I don't have a problem with the feminist critical lens, but when it's hailed as infallible,
mm-hmm.
that is just absolutely wrong. I mean, like any other critical lens, it deserves to be, critiqued in and of itself.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Even though everything on the internet gets that shit, though, I mean, I just pulled up Charlie Bit My Finger as an example, and people are calling it shit, it's stupid, insulting the babies. Everything on the internet gets bullshit from people.
Right.
But for some reason, it's not allowed to happen to people like Anita Sarkeesian because she was harassed for the things that she said. Like, that somehow validates all the points that she's trying to make.
Well, the thing is that they call it harassment, but they don't exercise responsibility of free speech. And that responsibility of free speech basically says if you have the right and to the free speech that allows you to insult entire groups of people, you therefore have the responsibility to deal with the repercussions of that speech, and each and every person in that group has the same free speech responsibility and right that you do, so therefore each and every person in that group has a right to come tell you that you are a motherfucker from hell. And don't get pissed off when they do. That's not harassment. That is a rebuttal to your argument. So, now that I've kind of tiraded on that for a second, game journals defended us. Okay, we're gonna switch gears here for a second and get off a very depressing subject and onto another one.
All right.
Game journalists, they defended us against Jack Thomas or Jack Thompson.
Jack Thompson.
Mm-hmm.
But they fail to protect us against this. Now, in and of itself, I mean, you might sound, well, whatever. But he was saying the same exact thing, only the subject matter was different. How in fuck can you be persuaded by a video game to do one thing in your real life, but not be persuaded to do it in another? So basically, video games don't cause violence, but they sure as hell cause misogyny against women.
Because it's worse to be a bigot than to be a murderer.
And that is the crux of the fucking problem. That is the level of stupidity, that which I don't think we will ever see again. I hope we don't. Jason, what do you think about this, man?
Like you said, I think it's the same Jack Thompson bullshit, except now it's Jonathan McIntosh. We went full McIntosh.
The sad thing is, I think Jack Thompson actually had a more coherent argument. This guy comes off like he's. Have you ever played like an AD&D game, like, I don't know, Neverwinter Nights or some shit, and got the most irritating pious cleric you ever saw?
Yeah.
Like you just wanted to mute his voice, but you couldn't figure out how. That's Macintosh. Or McIntosh. However, is that how you say his name, Macintosh?
I would assume so.
Okay. So you've got this asshole, and he's like, he never really states any facts. He just spews random shit out of his ass. But, I mean, do we really actually listen to what he says? I mean, it pisses us off when he says it. And I think the main point is that he's got a pulpit to scream it from.
Yeah, this is the dumbest shit I've seen in my life. Like, everything I've been introduced to through Gamergate, all these people, this is just retarded. Like, all this shouldn't be part of video games.
Right, it shouldn't.
Like, if they want to go say it somewhere, but it shouldn't be shoved in all of our faces, and we should all be forced to accept it.
Right.
No, it deserves to be talked about, yes, but it deserves to be criticized equally with everything else. I mean, just because, you're a bigot if you disagree, that's no argument. That is absolutely no argument.
You're right, it's a fallacy of origin.
Exactly.
I mean, we all know how they love the fallacy of origin, and when someone just casually listens, they think, oh yeah, that sounds right. I mean, Nazis can't tell you that 2 + 2 = 4, and I mean, shit, you can't believe that because it's a fucking Nazi. Come on, they hated Jews who were really good at math. See, that's the kind of connotations people get. Okay, when I say get, that's what it's like. Oh, okay, well, sounds logical to me. That's your average person, at least. Your average new ABC, NBC, Fox listening person that just kind of in one ear, out the other. Oh, okay, sounds logical. No
deeper
deeper
thought. They did this week was the biggest waste of airtime I've ever seen on any subject.
That is no lie.
I mean, I don't think this really should even been news. This should have been an in-house thing where we talked and sorted it out. Like, they didn't need to run to the news and then do a one-sided narrative on top of it. That's not true.
Right.
This whole thing is just
they really kind of back themselves.
They're really gonna what?
I said they really backed themselves into a corner when they went to the news in this, because now they can't change the narrative.
And now they're all trying to reclaim gamer again after saying the whole gamers are dead thing. Gamers are dead thing. It's like, no, you can't. Don't try to be gamers again. Go with your new friends at NPR. Go.
And You know, the thing that I really didn't understand was they wanted to say it's the death of an identity. What the fuck were they going to replace it with? Stop calling them gamers, and now what are you going to call us?
Gamesters.
Are
I saw some little clip of an article that said, well, what name are we going to go to now because gamer has been poisoned so much? Let's go to Gamester, but that sounds really sort of retro and nasty.
It's connotated with hipster. Nice.
What's with them and words continuously getting poisoned?
That is
I don't
a
know. It's hilarious because the only word that hasn't gotten poisoned because of the radical side of it is feminism.
yeah.
It is just so funny.
It's well, you'll find out that feminism actually does do a lot of wordplay. They love to do the wordplay, and they will change shit around. Like, you know how most scientific terms have a Latin terminology to them.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of them have a masculine feel to them, or some sort of masculine origin, and so therefore they will. Okay, put it this way: they like to change terms in biology because it seems male-centric.
Biotruths.
Biotruthism. It would not surprise me if that was actually a subject in the next 10 years. Biotruthism.
Oh no, you go on places like Tumblr right now, and it's there. It's
Oh.
fucking there. They talk about biotruths.
Explain on that a little bit, because I'm not a Tumblr.
Oh, okay. Let me pull up my dictionary of terms here. It might be a little bit.
We all love talking about Tumblr, so let's do it.
No, I took a break from Tumblr actually.
I'm still on my break from Tumblr from never getting started.
I'm
From
just
never getting
figuring this
started.
Tumblr thing out. I only had a Tumblr for like my professional blog and shit. Now I'm finding out it's this weird ass place where people are trans racist and all types of weird shit. You guys are killing me.
Oh dear lord.
Okay,
Trans-
so a biotruth is basically disregarding any sort of conclusion that you can draw about somebody based on their biology. It's basically saying, well, you can't say that. For example, the most common one is deciding sex. They say that sex is a social construct. It is not decided by chromosomes. Therefore, saying that someone is male or female because of their chromosomal makeup is a biotruth.
I'm sorry, I'm letting the stupid sink in for a second.
It might be a while.
Let me try and figure this out. So if somebody said, "Hey, Jason, you can't fly. You don't have wings," I can just say, "Fuck you. That's a biotruth. I can fly."
If you identify as like an eaglekin or something, probably yes. So you're laughing, but this is the kind of shit that they fucking say. Like I'm not
Googling that.
half
I
this
see
shit
a
up.
fucking eaglekin. Eaglekin, trans eagle. I'm looking up all that shit.
I am Totino. I fly with the eagles. I am Eaglekin. Hear my bird breath.
And my other headmate is Julie Roberts. She's in my head all the time.
Oh wow, the first thing is eaglekin on Tumblr.
Oh god. Is Dragonkin right under that?
No, here we go. Other kin problem of the day. Phantom tail or wing syndrome. Try explaining why you keep looking at your arms and butt throughout the day.
You're fucking with me, Hat, dude. You're fucking with me.
No, fucking like that's real. I'm looking at it right fucking now.
Wait. I'm looking at something too. Gender pronouns, trans guy, he, him, kin types, demon kin, shadow variety, fox kin, Haas, eagle kin.
Oh no! Wait till you get to the fucking fictives. It gets worse. I am literally a fictional character or a fictional race. This is taking playing pretend to absurd levels.
Wolfkin and eaglekin. That's just cheating. You can't take all the fucking cool animals. Like, even when you were a kid and you played pretend, hey, chill the fuck out, dude.
God, they don't know how Native Americans are being oppressed right now, do they? Just by them doing this shit. You know what? We've got to save these poor Native Americans from this type of oppression. Okay. I'm looking this shit up. You're fucking with me.
I am not. And they want to. This is academia. They want to put this in schools. Fucking trans eagles. We disagree. Those are bio truths.
I can see how a Newton truth is going to be hitting them pretty fucking hard if they actually think they're eaglekin if they try to fly. Oh my god!
Obese, trans eagle, furry, otherkin.
What? Good luck flying.
She wasn't lying when she said fucking oppression Olympics, was she?
No.
Jesus Christ. This is like Edgar Allan Poe had a love baby with like J.P. Lovecraft.
Let's see if this one is legit. Because some of them are just fucking trolls. Because 4chan makes fun of this shit regularly, and of course I can't blame them.
Oh, Jesus.
12 cringeworthy stories that totally happened. This is on College Humor, but let's see.
Oh, no, College Humor. Oh, wait, no, I'm thinking Cracked.
No.
That got fucking taken over. I used to love that site so much.
I feel like I'm a combination between being fiction-kin and being a fictive. Is there even a word for that? I'm so bad with this terminology. Even they don't get it. Here's a response. Though I don't know you, I'm getting a feeling you don't really know what fictives are. You have to be plural, but it seems you're a singlet. What the fuck am I reading right now?
Oh man, I need some like Captain Picard emoticons right now. What the fuck? Okay, I'm sitting here looking at this shit, and it's like, oh my god, you weren't lying.
No.
Yeah, I'm sorry for being speechless at it, but holy shit.
Holy fucking fuck! How does someone get this level of fucktarded?
They make shit up, claim they're oppressed, and have people validate that for them.
Like, I don't know, like copious amounts of hallucinogenics in games of D&D?
I wouldn't even blame D&D for this shit. It's like you have to be around people that are already fucked up. Like nobody would slap you in the goddamn head at some point.
Well, I'm not blaming D&D. I'm blaming people who are fucked up while playing D&D. No, I've seen the coolest motherfuckers playing D&D. No, hell no. This is some strange ass, weird ass shit.
All right, let's see if you guys can understand any fucking part of this.
No, but go ahead.
Hey, that first questioning fishing can hear, yo. I remembered I actually had figured out what kin I was before, but then realized that I was acting a lot like the character. I'm thinking it could be polykin since there aren't really feelings at the same time, but I've also heard about headmates, and I totally have no clue what that is, so it'd be cool if you could explain it real quick. Oh, also, hi Fluttershy, you're cool, happy face. Polykin is when you know that you are one person, but you experience the feelings of multiple kin types. Headmates are others that reside in your body with you and have their own feelings, kin or otherwise. A fictive is a fictional character headmate. That's what Fluttershy is.
Okay, so they're admitting that they know that there's nobody in their head, but they're saying there is somebody in their head.
No. They legitimately believe that they have people living in their head. Like, it's not quite multiple personality disorder, but at this point, it's probably some kind of disorder.
Delusionary disorder?
I would say let's bring a psychologist in here to try and diagnose some shit.
Paul? No, fuck him. Not really. No, my associates in psychology just does not help me in this one. Holy fuck. I believe that they have something wrong with them, but it's not what they say it is.
Mm.
It is most definitely not what they say it is. Woo. Okay.
This is like Michael Jackson looks like he had it all together compared to these people, man. Like
Prince knew who he was more than these people did. I'm Prince now. I'm the artist formerly known as Prince. I'm Prince again. Love you, Prince. You're still cool. Anyway.
The artist formerly known as the artist formerly known as Prince.
It's just waiting for his name to become like a giant fucking sentence, like redundancy.
This office will not tolerate redundancy in this office.
That's good. I like that. Okay, that was a fun little side project.
Detour.
I'm just going down this rabbit hole like I can't. Holy shit! Slept on my astral wings last night. Now they feel all quickly engrossed today.
No, you wanna find something funny? Look up Pluto-kin.
Oh my god!
I don't mean Pluto like Mickey Mouse's dog. I mean Pluto the planet.
They have a planet in their head.
They believe they are the planet Pluto. It doesn't get worse than that.
They couldn't even pick a cool planet? Like Mars or Saturn?
They're being oppressed because NASA declared that Pluto is no longer a planet.
Oh, it's a planet
they're fucking with us. This isn't real. No.
Well, they should feel overjoyed because Pluto is now a planet again.
Here, I'll post it in the chat for you. This is fucking ridiculous. If this is a joke, it has gone on long enough.
Yeah.
See this shit.
Long enough. This joke could go on forever because I still think it's hilarious.
Oh God.
No, there is making fun of the people who are truly disabled and truly in a state of need and in attention. I'm sorry, I do not believe any of these fuckers whatsoever.
Are one of these hags virgin? I mean, I'd believe that much.
Well, like the ones that I take particular umbrage with, to the mundane Matt word, is that they actually gloss over true problems that people have who actually hear voices. People who are either schizophrenic or extremely depressed. And those people, they don't hear, Thor is on their left side, Loki's on their right, and they're having a little battle, no, they have people screaming at them to die or to go kill somebody. That's what it's like. It's like having someone telling you that you are worthless and that you should fucking die. all the time.
Yeah, I
That-
kind of imagine it being more like a bad acid trip than this cutesy little thing you'd see on TV.
Oh, it's horrible, dude. I can tell you, it is horrible. Some of the drugs that you have to be on are, let's just say you'd rather not be on them. But eventually it gets to a point where it you know, you'll do anything just to not hear them for a while. But yeah, fucking Tumblr.
I'm listening to Blurred Lines and crying about rape culture.
Oh dear.
Oh, yes. I remember that. Because Blurred Lines is terrible, and it is putting women down everywhere, and it is
I'm sorry.
threatening.
I might be too old, but what the fuck is Blurred Lines?
Blurred Lines was a pop-ish song
Huh?
that came out earlier this year by an artist named Robin Thicke, not Robert Thicke, Robin Thicke.
Okay.
And it had lyrics in there such as "I know you want it,"
Okay.
and the music video had naked women dancing around. And of course, people said it was horribly misogynistic. Its lyrics basically encouraged rape because the whole blurred lines thing was about the blurred line of consent.
Oh, I remember this shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
College campuses banned it from being played.
That is retarded. They've been playing
That's
that kind of
what
shit
that
on
was.
MTV since I was 5.
Hmm. I mean, this is the hysteria over Marilyn Manson's music all over again.
Oh,
Instead of this
God.
time,
Don't
it's
remind me.
not
I was-
inciting violence; it's inciting misogyny.
Don't remind me of that shit. I was in high school when that shit happened, and we had to sign fucking questionnaires about Marilyn Manson's music.
What?
Yeah, we had to fill out questionnaires of what we thought of Marilyn Manson's music, and they were telling like kids they had to turn Marilyn Manson T-shirts inside out.
Oh my God!
Yeah, it was not a proud moment for my estate at all. But to be fair, there were other places that were doing it as well. And the thing was that I don't really remember Marilyn Manson really being uber super violent. He was just
No.
a jock rocker. He was like he was the newer Alice Cooper.
Or Ozzy, really.
Yeah, I compare it more to Alice Cooper because he actually admitted I love Alice Cooper. But it's that's subjective. That's processing.
Well, the reason why was Columbine. It was all Columbine.
Oh,
That's
God.
why everything went to the moral panic of violence in video games. Of course, you got that during the early '90s too, with like Mortal Kombat and all that shit. But
Right.
the moral panic of the '90s and early 2000s was violence. The moral panic now is sexism and misogyny.
Oh dear.
I mean, history repeats itself.
Yes, it does. And this was even further back than that. They actually had the whole the book burning.
Oh,
Remember? Well, actually, none of us are old enough to remember. I damn near guarantee it. But back in the '60s, they had book burnings of books such as Lord of the Flies, Lord of the Rings. I believe Tale of Two Cities actually got in on that for a little bit too.
Oh shit! What's the book that they teach a lot now? Catcher in the Rye, also.
Yeah, Catcher in the Rye. It was burned a lot, so much so that to find a '60s era Lord of the Flies is actually quite a find. Because so many of them were burned. We've got one in our public library, and you can tell it's got the yellowed pages and all that good shit. And I was like, holy shit, they don't know what they have. I'm a collector of like rare books and shit, so it's awesome. But yeah, they had the same thing back then, where a book went with a certain message, and kids were like, "Oh yeah, we're into reading," and that was the video games back then, and then it was comic books, and then it was music. And the music genre, and then video games.
Comics Code Authority.
Oh yeah.
Because you gotta have everything approved.
I heard they brought something like that back. The SJWs have been fucking with comic books, and then they got something like that now again. Oh, this is something I heard.
I'm getting nothing more frail in here. I think. Let's see if I can get him linked in here.
All right.
Maybe we can get Rachel in here too. I hope.
Don't these people just go and make their own things that would show the values they want to show? That's what I don't get. They obviously seem to have money, come from money.
Yeah, what that would entail is them actually using their own fucking money instead of being easier and telling the people who are already making the game to change it. See how that works? Much more cost effective that way.
I mean, just from a common sense perspective, look, people work, they come home, they want to play games and relax. You don't want to deal with all your bullshit.
Well, I'll tell you what, you know, I'm a Christian, and the only reason that that's pertinent is because if they had some sort of Christian narrative video game, I still wouldn't fucking buy it. I don't want to be preached at over my PC or my Xbox. I don't want to be preached at ever, to tell you the truth. If I want to go somewhere to be preached at, I will damn well go. But do not bring it to me. That's all I got to say about that shit.
I should have done it in a Forrest Gump voice. That's all I have to say
That's
about
all I
that.
got to say about that. Yeah, I'm not a very good Forrest Gump. I can kind of do Total Biscuit, though.
Fool everybody to think we have TB on the stream.
This is Total Biscuit, and I support this message.
Man, when I was doing my first stream, I somehow fucked up and accidentally linked Amanda Bynes to it.
What?
People were going nuts for a minute. We were having a girl named Amanda. I gotta look up her name. Her name was Amanda. I feel bad for not remembering, but anyways, her name was Amanda, and then somehow when I was putting all the people who were going to be in it by their Twitters, it linked Amanda Bynes instead.
Mm-hmm.
Amanda Shebang, that's who was on the stream, but
Right.
people were going nuts. They were like, Amanda Bynes is coming into Gamergate. And I was like, no.
Okay,
Just like,
so Oliver Campbell, I mean, I have not heard back from him yet, so he may still be doing his show.
let's see.
But I'm gonna keep that from him. Why do you guys think that the Fine Young Capitalists are not getting like coverage at all?
I think they're being fucking blacklisted, plain and simple.
I mean, there's the obvious reasons, but how do you guys think that we may be able to possibly get them into the limelight?
I don't think that's possible right about now. I mean, for one, they've already finished their game jam. Like that's over. Like they raised the money and they picked a winner, and now that game is being developed.
Mm-hmm.
I think if you're going to actually put them in the spotlight, that should be after the game is finished, or once we have like a beta or something, for example.
Right.
That way you can sort of tell the story of what they were about.
Right.
I think though, because it is sort of linked to the origins of Gamergate, that's why it's getting the blacklist, because positive press towards Gamergate is few and far between on the major gaming outlets.
Right. I think, yeah, I really think it would be too much of a blow to have the Fine Young Capitalist, or at least anybody that was involved in the project, come on and speak on Gamergate.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, then they would just be labeled Gamergaters instead of the Fine Young Capitalists.
Right.
Well, I had Matt from the Fine Young Capitalists come on the Tumblr in Action podcast.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yep, that was back before it was actually coined Gamergate. This was back when it was still the whole Quinspiracy thing.
Mm-hmm.
And he came on and plugged the Fine Young Capitalist project and talked about feminism and social justice stuff, the usual TIA stuff, and also about what Zoe Quinn was doing. Don't say her name 2 more times. She's like Beetlejuice, so you can't summon her.
Actually, I'm not too sure that would be a bad idea. Our numbers would sure as fuck jump.
Well, yeah, but not for the right reason. At what cost? At what cost, man?
All of us like going extremely nuts from talking in circles.
Well, I've already lost my sanity once, so.
Oh God.
Oh, there's
But, yeah.
apparently a new story up how Gamergate supporters say the controversy could stop in 1 week.
Okay, let's go with that.
I'll link it in the chat. I'm gonna link it. Oh, fucked up. I'm gonna link it in the chat for you guys.
Oh, well, I got it already. That's weird.
Alright, here it is.
All right.
Read through it myself a bit. I mean, it's pretty clear what they have to do for the majority of Gamergate. Like, to myself, I mean, after the harassment and bullshit and possibly being blacklisted at that base, like, I'm just not dealing with the industry. I mean, Gamergate can end, but I'm just not dealing with these people or sites anymore.
Yeah, I would have to agree. The sites, man, I've said it before. We've got the power right now. I mean, they may have public opinion, and even if everybody thinks shit of Gamergate, that does not make us spend any more money or click any more sites.
Right. I mean, they put this narrative out here. They did it to protect their own asses. They didn't care who got hurt on the other side. They willingly covered up abuse happening to the other side. To me, there's no forgiveness for that.
Hell, if you really want to get into it, they spun the entire Zoe post as abuse against her.
Yeah. What do you guys think of Sam Biddle with the whole leaving? I think he was leaving Gawker and going towards.
He's leaving Valleywag and getting a higher position at Gawker. Valleywag is another Gawker property, but he's actually going to Gawker, like the big one.
Okay. So they promoted him.
More or less, yeah. They claim that this was in talks before all the bullshit happened with him.
Of course it was.
I don't know if I believe it or not. It's entirely possible.
It's also entirely irrelevant.
This is really suspicious, of course.
Yeah, it really is.
The timing doesn't really look too good for him.
No, it doesn't look good at all. It makes it either look like Gawker is promoting his destructive way of writing, or they're trying to move him out of the limelight, and that doesn't really jive either, because he's got a broader audience now to basically preach to.
Basically. Yeah, the editor-in-chief of Gawker said that if he had his way, he'd have articles on the front page every single day.
Oh.
That's how serious it is. And if you want my opinion, that's because Gawker is famous for traffic whoring. I mean, that is literally their business model. They're not ashamed to say that. So it's only natural that someone who incites controversy from all sides of a debate is going to be highly publicized on there. Of course, people are going to want to read to either rage or to agree with him.
Holy shit! It looks like the. Can you guys get to the Business Insider article that was in? Because it looks like it says "whoops" for me.
Business Insider?
Yeah,
Okay, I'm just looking at the chat. I'm gonna boost this link to hopefully get some people to tune in.
Yeah, it's either the page has either been pulled or it's not loading for me for some stupid reason.
Nope, I've got it up.
You do? Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's the amount of stupidity that really just kind of goes into, hey, let's do worse, because what they're doing is they're running out of fucking fuel. You can only have so much clickbait before you run out of shit.
Right.
And I was going to get to this, that the prolonged polarizing tactics that they are using against Gamergate doesn't exactly work. What they've actually done is they've tried to, instead of polarizing one leader or one council, they've polarized the entire movement, or at least tried to do that. And it's like a secondary consolation prize for them to polarize us, to making us misogynists and haters, and insert horrible name here. But it's not a sustainable attack. It's not something that they can hold out for, because people are naturally going to say, well, a movement that large can't be that bad. I mean,
I mean, that's just silly to believe at this point. Like, we have devs, journalists, all these different people professionally that have come out that aren't anonymous, have all come out in support of figuring out what's going on in Gamergate. They really believe we all got together for harassment.
yeah, personally, I got together for the harassment. I mean, I'm a fucking huge misogynist. I mean,
I'm still looking for the place where we organize all this harassment. I mean, can anyone
don't you know? I mean, we
forum for it?
we do it in back of my house, dude. You didn't know that? Come on
Well,
over, get a hot dog.
You're all the way in Texas. No, I just had some chicken pie. I didn't want a hot dog.
Dude, don't you know? It's like fucking teleportation technology's Gamergate's fault, man.
God damn it.
Yeah.
It all makes sense.
I know, and we're going to get blamed for teleportation pollution.
They still haven't figured out Gamergate is the most complex viral marketing technique I've ever invented to promote my company.
Now you're thinking with tinfoil hats.
Okay. Oh, fuck me. The IGDA, lose your job lose your job if you have a particular stance on Gamergate. The Independent Games Association.
Well, that was the founder. They came out and said he hasn't even worked with them for 15 years, so... I mean, I believe that's probably their private stance, and they're just saving face right there, but they did come out and say that much about it.
They said, okay, so they said what about it?
They said he founded it, but he hasn't worked with it for 15 years.
Okay, but they did say, you can lose you could basically lose your job if you support Gamergate. I'm not so sure that is exactly a threat. There's might be somebody in chat or somewhere else that has more evidence for it. But from what it sounds like, they're giving it could also be taken as an analytical standpoint. I mean, do you guys see how that might, it could possibly be that?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, there's no doubt this has been probably most of the industry's stance on Gamergate since the beginning.
Okay. Well, I hate to automatically assume the worst about an enemy, and because if we do that and we're proven wrong, it looks really bad for us. I mean, I know I shouldn't be worried about it, but I am kind of concerned. And I genuinely do not want to take something someone says in the worst context that I could take it in without knowing better. So if this guy said it as in, hey guys, you might, because of these people over here, you might not want to say anything about Gamergate. Now, if he's saying it in those terms, that's actually in a business standpoint possibly very prophetic. But then again, you can also take it as a threat, and that's the problem with not being very concise in what you're saying. Crickets.
Yeah, sorry, I'm looking at stuff. Stuff's getting crazy. I think that Lorelei Bailey person is out doxing people again.
Oh no, not her.
Who?
You don't want to know.
Yes, I do.
Oh no, you don't. Trust me.
I
You know
wanna
how
go
we
out.
talk about people being insane and just really exaggerate in our use of the word?
Oh, totally do it for freestyle?
This person is legitimately insane and absolutely needs psychological assistance, like as soon as possible, but everyone in her circles just basically lets her go on as she is. Enables that sort of behavior. It's
She's the spirit.
horrible.
She's the spirit of Tumblr.
Basically, yes. Basically, yes. I'm not fucking joking about this.
Oh god, you got me interested now, man. I've got to see what this bitch, what this girl said. Come on.
No.
Here, I'll link you guys to it. Some crazy. It's always a crazy train with this person, and
That's how you know we're on the right side. If she's against Gamergate, we are on the right side of it.
Is she like Big Red or some shit?
Oh, worse.
oh, worse.
Much worse.
Oh,
Are
awesome.
no, you're not a Reddit user, are you?
No.
Are you aware even a little bit of shit Reddit says?
I've only really known Tumblr because, like I said, Reddit is like one of those things that I don't have the time to pick up right now. But
Yeah.
okay, are you going to say all these? I hate it when this shit's like
Okay.
runs off the page.
So, shit Reddit says is sort of like Tumblr mentality on Reddit. Their whole shtick is they take comments posted around Reddit and call them out for what they perceive to be bigoted behavior exhibited in them. And it is just one giant fucking circle jerk of a sub.
Oh.
Lorelei was too crazy for them.
Oh Jesus. Okay, I see her. I see her right now. What fucking woman? There's only that fucking one person. You're a fucking liar, and she's lying. What? I just read that. What fucking woman? No question mark. There's only that fucking one person, you fucking liar, and she's lying. What?
Now I know we're not supposed to talk about you know who, but this is one of her friends. This is one of Zoe Quinn's personal friends. They chat all the time about shit. They were in a
And this is why we're on the right side. She is insane.
So I mean, the question I've been asking since I got doxxed, because I only found out about Lorelei and all these people when I was going down who doxed me. Why the fuck is Zoe Quinn friends with all these fucking crazy hackers and doxers openly, and nobody is asking questions about that shit?
Oh yeah.
Because nobody cares enough. They are using her as a shield.
I mean, it just seems too coincidental. Too much like a coincidence to me. All the shit Gamergate's taken.
Do you remember LulzSec?
Yeah.
Yeah, the group that hacked the PlayStation Network and shit.
Yeah.
Lorelei was once a part of that group. But then when they realized that she really couldn't do shit, they kind of told her to fuck off. And that's when she went to the FBI. And
Okay.
that is what shut LulzSec down.
Oh wow, so she's a snitch too. That's
Yeah, basically. Basically, if you fuck with her, she will go out of her way to ruin your life because she is absolutely fucking mental.
I have to wonder what happens when she finds out you really don't have a life or someone to get fired from.
I don't have
It's
anywhere
like,
to get fucking fired from.
I'm going to get you fired. You go right ahead. I'll help you call my manager.
Oh, god damn it. Whiskey Grenade got a fucking portrait drawn of him. Why don't I have one yet?
Because we're not important.
Fucking
You more than me, but... no, sorry, me more than you. There you go.
I need this. I need it.
You need it.
I need it. My life depends on it.
Dude, Gamergate fighting game when?
Oh god, I actually had an idea, like it was just a brainstorm for like the Gamergate, the video game, based on like based on the source code from Depression Quest, where you're basically just like looking through Twitter and posting shit, getting points and shit. It's like, wow, this was like for all you guys who missed it, this is exactly what Gamergate was like.
Well, since you guys said it and I'm on a stream, I gotta plug my game Erection Quest. It's a parody game. It's gonna be amazing. I've written so many great characters and paths and great stuff for people to check out. There's donations on my Patreon for that on my page.
Have you written lots of paths that we're not allowed to take?
No. I mean, I thought the point of a game is you get choices, but see, the funny thing is, I made like an alpha 1-hour version as a parody.
Is Cialis a power-up?
No, but then I saw the actual Depression Quest on King of Pole's stream, and I was like, fuck, the one I made in an hour has more paths than that. What if I actually put some time and money into this parody? So I don't know if you guys saw the Tropes versus Hoes parody Twitter account. I will link it right now if you guys haven't, but that was one of the new characters that came up for the full game. I'll link it to you guys in here.
Okay.
Depression.
So
you mean you're actually making a game? You're not just making a...
I thought you were just fucking with me.
Yeah.
No. I mean, there's one version you can Google. Like I said, that was made in an hour. It's just very lazy. It's basically a multiplayer, choose your own adventure blog post of that time. But I want to make a full game out of it now. Just after being, hacked, doxxed, harassed by Zoe's friends. She fucking posted shit that was hacked from me on her Twitter. It's like, dude, fuck you. This is personal now. This is a playable disc record, basically. I linked Tropes versus Hoes in the chat.
Tropes versus Hoes.
Basically, I just look at John McIntosh and the stuff he writes, and for some reason, it makes me think of a pimp.
I try not to look at John McIntosh at all. But yeah, a pimp. There you go. You are going to take our tolerance and love and peace, or we will kill you.
He is so weird.
Kind of like think of him as like, a cartoonish Darth Vader.
Yeah.
It's like Dark Helmet from Spaceballs, except not funny.
Exactly. I love that movie. It was awesome.
Oh, I do too. I see your Schwartz is as big as mine.
Right on. Okay. Where's that, where's that? Okay, so I know we've got more that actually happened this week.
Oh yeah, definitely. Let me pull up my big list of happenings I keep for every stream. I mean, Gawker is basically burning itself to the ground. We talk about Colgate and Nissan and everyone leaving.
Oh, yes. Yes. That was awesome. Base Nissan.
King of Pole got sent a knife in the mail, which...
Good God. Yeah, I remember seeing that. What the fuck, man? It's like, I think that's pretty self-explanatory. That really needs no embellishment or, like, explanation to it. That's just a what the fuck.
Dude, have you ever seen some of these, like, SJW weirdos accounts?
I've met the social justice warriors in person, and they scare me. I'm like 6'4" and 250, so you know, I'm scared of this little motherfucker, and like talking about social justice and how everything is bigoted and skewed and blah 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 blah. I'm like, dude, don't follow me to my car, please.
Like, there's this one I'm thinking of. It was this kid licking butter knives. I can't think of their name exactly. It was the one that called everyone house N-words on Twitter.
That's so fucked up.
I just thought about that when King of Pole got sent a knife. It's like I saw so many of them where they are like licking knives and talking about castrating men and acting all tough. You can tell they're fucking like mom's bread knives.
I should
like that one King of Pole got.
Oh god, I need to send him like a fork, followed by a spoon and some brownies.
You know what's really terrifying that SJW should know about are blenders. They should send blenders in the mail. Or cappuccino makers. Those would scare us.
Starbucks t-shirt with like a coffee stain on it. No! Oh, here's something that IGN posted. It's like gamers are not a homogenous hive mind. Though respectful discussion and consideration of multiple points of view, the value of games is strengthened, not weakened. Ending harassment doesn't mean silencing dissent or rejecting calls for greater transparency and thus, and trust between publishers. The press and the vast varied population of gamers, those discussions are essential to the evolution and expansion of video games, and we should be willing to listen to those who have questions about our assumptions or values and or practices. Holy shit. Someone said something that made sense. Now I'll have to wonder what it was followed by, because this was just a Twitter post.
I mean, I think they're seeing like all these advertisers leaving the other sites, and they're like, "Oh shit, we better get our game together."
Yeah, that's pretty much what I'm thinking here. It's like, I mean, if IGN really meant what they're writing here, they would have come out with this shit a long time ago. I mean, it's a little late for this kind of like neutrality type. Oh, we should all be friends, type shit. Not to mention, we should all be friends, JonTron. When the fuck? What the? I thought he was based as fuck. Now what the? What the hell? What the fuck, JonTron? Man, come on, dude. He's like on the Macintosh scale. He's like down there with Boogie, but still.
I haven't seen what JonTron's been up to. And what's he been doing?
He hasn't been doing much. From what it sounds like, he doesn't exactly know what's going on because he actually admitted that he didn't know what was going on, and I'm surprised as fuck at that. But he said he did not know what's going on, and that all of this, like, infighting or this fighting and fighting was horrible. Why can't we all be friends? And I'm thinking, yeah, that's a good sentiment, dude, but I don't think you're being told the whole fucking story.
Yeah, that was a good sentiment 2 months ago. That could have been a sentiment like maybe after the Gamers Are Dead articles and we were publicly called a two shit slingers. Maybe before they went on the news and called all of us misogynists, racists. Maybe before they were calling us house niggers, race traitors.
Oh, hell, half the time they don't even know what your race is when they call you a racist or internalized misogynist or bigot.
If you're not white and they call you a racist and you call them out on that, they'll say, "Oh, you just have internalized racism."
Well, the problem is I'm only half white and I'm still white enough.
It's ridiculous. If you don't agree with them, then you have some form of bigotry internalized in you. It's like you can't escape it, and you can't defend from it either. I mean, how the hell are you going to prove that you are not a bigot in any sort of way?
You can't. I mean, you can sit there and do all the great shit on the face of the planet that anybody could ever expect of a normal human being, and then you're just weaponizing your niceness. That's what happens. Weaponized charity. I love that one.
Yeah, I love the people. We're doing the UNICEF charity right now. Me, Julie, Lizzie, Camel Girl, and Queenie. And I love the people that were going saying, you shouldn't accept their money because Gamergate, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, dude, you really think some kid in a third world country gives a fuck where this money is coming from for food and medicine to live another day?
Right.
If that were true at all. Like, we could all be fucking Hitler clones. He just wants to survive. Fuck.
Baby Hitler kittens. I'm sorry, just with some of these SJWs, I seriously just wanted to go like trolling and just start posting random like cat pictures.
I'm not sure how to troll them though. Like, when you come to a point where it seems like you would be creating an SJW troll, they go beyond that.
No, I mean you don't really troll them with letters. You troll them with like random pictures, so they never know what the implied meaning is. And just wait for them to like create the narrative for you. All you have to do is just say, send them pictures of cats that look like Santa Claus, and you can just wait and see what the narrative comes up to be, what you're actually doing in their eyes. I mean, the picture means nothing to you whatsoever. You have no meaning. You're just posting Santa Claus cats. Santa Claus was actually a saint back in the 17th century who murdered children.
What a twist.
Oh, man. I wonder if we could turn them against Santa Claus somehow publicly.
Santa Claus is misogynist. Santa Claus really beats his wife. Mrs. Claus is terrified.
I guess you could say that Santa Claus is fat-phobic or something.
His internalized fatness.
Not all the depictions of Santa Claus are fat and jolly and shit, so it implies all fat people have to be really happy and cheerful and shit all the time. Why would you make fun of them by saying that their bellies are like jelly or some shit? That's fat-phobic. How dare you say something like that? Check your fucking privilege.
Exactly. I mean, shit. Santa Claus needs to be a thin vegan lesbian.
Oh, shit. Here we go.
What's up?
Cernovich got swatted, apparently.
Who? Mike Cernovich got swatted?
Yep, evidently so.
Oh, dear.
Contacted LAPD. Oh, no. Never mind. He was about to get swatted, apparently. This is really weird. There's multiple threads on this, and I'm not sure which one's got the accurate information, but let's see. He tweeted this: filing a false police complaint against me is a crime. And there's an image of him in contact with the LAPD. He said he's contacted them to prevent swatting. Flag his information is to mitigate any false flags. Apparently, the officer he spoke to knew something was going on with gamers. The FBI has gotten involved. He provided some sort of proof that Zoe Quinn's friend was involved, but nothing is concrete there. Whoever filed the false reports made a huge mistake. It is a federal crime, of course, and now the FBI are involved in finding out who fucking did it. And this came just after King of Pole had a fucking knife sent to his address with a letter saying, please kill yourself. So he is filing fucking legal action now. He's fucking taking legal action.
What, Pole or Cernovich?
No, Cernovich.
Okay.
Good. Somebody needs to take Quinn and all her fucking goons down. Like I said earlier, I'm more than sure she has something to do with some of this shit going on.
Man, I hate to point fingers, especially at such a hot topic like this. Like I said, I mean, I know it wouldn't surprise me, but I'm not going to go out and say, yep, I think she fucking did it, because I really don't fucking know. But we all remember that Facebook article from the photographer that was talking about coming out and doing the pornography photos? With,
yeah.
Some of the stories that she had just said, like the one where she had a little stabbed it. She had told the photographer that she had stabbed a dude in the face. And,
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
It wasn't just that. It was like every job that she's ever been in, she's been sexually harassed by the manager.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, I mean, that's horrible the first time. And then, like, the second time, wow, you really know how to pick those jobs. Third time, it's like, okay, you're a fucking liar. And then you stab the dude in the face? What the what was it, your ceremonial D&D dagger? I'm sorry, I keep harping on D&D, but whatever. It's funny.
There's just questions, if there was some type of job where people investigated things and reported on them accurately, what am I thinking, like a journalist?
Yeah, like a journalist.
Yeah, if they were involved in this, they might say, wait a minute. Let's try to connect some patterns here.
If you were just like a logical person, it would be like, there's some slight inconsistencies in your story, Miss Quinn.
Now that we said that, of course, we're all automatically 4chan trolls again.
No, dude. We're not 4chan trolls. We're too extreme for 4chan.
We were banned from 4chan.
Yeah, we were banned from 8chan. 4chan didn't become more pussified. We just got too extreme. Oh, I love that. Oh, man. Hot Wheels is based as fuck.
Yeah. I didn't even go to 4chan like that before Gamergate. The only reason I really went there during Gamergate was it was the only place there was any type of discussion allowed and going on.
Mm-hmm.
I love how they try to keep bashing Not Your Shield for starting on 4chan. It's like, well, no, it's an anonymous board. I can post anywhere on the internet. There was nothing on 4chan that said whites only.
Shit. So let me ask you, man. Oh, hey, Nephenor joined us.
Oh, hey.
Hey, Nephenor, what's going on, man?
Greetings. How you guys doing?
We're doing all right.
Doing it right all day, every day.
All night long.
Nephenor, tell our audience all about yourself, in case some of them don't know you.
Well, I came from another planet. I've come here to try and figure out what the fuck's wrong with humanity. We actually brought all the social justice warriors here because we didn't want them infecting the rest of the universe. You guys are a quarantine zone.
Oh, dear God.
Well, thanks a fucking lot for that. God
Well,
damn.
you guys have to solve your own problems. You know?
Then why didn't you solve your own problems, damn it?
Oh, no. See, the thing is, it was humans that escaped Earth. That's why we brought them back.
Oh, okay, gotcha. That makes total sense now.
They didn't escape Earth. We kicked them off the damn planet. We
Oh.
didn't
Well,
want
we
them
don't want
back.
them either, so you guys got to have them and solve them.
Well, Nephenor, dude, I mean, I can see your profile there. It looks eerily similar to the aliens that were on, what was that movie, Signs? Are you, like, allergic to asthmatic inhalers of some sort?
No, we're fine.
Okay.
Water. It's
Oh,
water.
wait,
they're
what,
allergic
was it
to.
water? I thought it was the asthma
Yeah, it was
inhaler.
water. It was water.
No, he had asthma. Like they sprayed like poison out of their wrists or some shit, and if you breathe it in, then you die. But he had asthma, so he couldn't breathe properly.
You know, I feel
That's
so
what it
fucking
was.
I feel so fucking retarded because I'm getting those two movies crossed with like the movie It.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with that.
It's acid, you asshole. Tim Curry's going, ah!
Clowns are creepy on every fucking planet.
I know, right? He didn't have like the sharp teeth. I mean, the sharp teeth were like overkill. He could have had like normal teeth, and clowns are just way creepy enough. They don't have to be like the sharp tooth demon creepy clowns.
Although, if you really want to see something creepy, take a look at a xenomorph clown.
Oh dear.
Jesus.
I'm sorry, but as far as xenomorphs go, was it in Dead Space? No, they didn't have xenomorphs in Dead Space. What were the things?
Necromorphs.
Necromorphs.
Yeah, necromorphs.
Yeah, the crawling babies. That was the creepiest part ever. I'm sorry if yeah, phobia of babies.
Yeah, that's a good plan, because those things are creepy as fuck on any planet, too.
Sitting there crawling. It's like, you know, I think I actually like screamed like a little bitch and ran off.
I
Yeah,
love
I had
those things. Things are
I had enough
hilarious.
of xenomorphs playing Alien Isolation. I kept hiding from that motherfucker. That's why when I did my review, I called it the hiding simulator.
Oh, that's great.
I'm still waiting for the damn thing to be posted on the site. It's still in editing right now.
Oh, nice. I love parodies. We should all do parodies.
Well,
I
it
can't
wasn't a
fucking wait to
parody
play
so
that
much
game.
as, I was accurate about it. It's pretty much is a hiding simulator, but I pointed out that it has good facts to it. It's good in some areas, it's good in others, but in terms of the fact that you're constantly hiding, it sucks hell.
Right. Okay, so before I lose track of it, later on I do want to get back into the school shooting. So somebody remind me of that later. I don't want to get back into it right now, but just
Yeah, I'm
remind me.
just catching up on this stuff with Cernovich. Oh my god, what the fuck is wrong with these people?
They're pussies.
That would be a compliment.
And I hate to sound like I'm just writing Cernovich's ideas and stuff that's going on, but I also say I'd be willing to box anyone anti-Gamergate that wants to get in the ring. But they just want to do all this pussy bullshit instead.
Or just, oh God, Bender. We talked about him earlier on Hat Stream. I keep forgetting his damn name. Irritating little bastard. Bender? Help me out here.
Matt Bender.
Bending Rodriguez.
Yes.
You talking Matt Bender?
Matt Bender. That little
Or
shit.
as I call him, the pigeon playing, or the chess playing pigeon.
Oh yeah, that kid. Yes, I remember seeing him on with like, was it Paul Elam? He was on with.
Oh god. Yeah, afterwards he's strutting around like he won a match. I was like, no, you didn't.
No, what he did was he did the same thing that Pixie Jenny did to Sargon. He bounced around everything.
Yeah.
And Elam was like trying to build points, like facts on facts, which you can't do with someone bouncing around like, I don't know, some very retarded looking thing on crack.
Well, that's why I call him the chess playing pigeon, because you know why it's impossible to play chess with a pigeon, don't you?
It's a pigeon.
Well, no, because it'll just knock over the piece of shit on the board and strut around like it won anyway.
Yeah, that's a good
And that's
one.
exactly what he did.
But this kid, they actually pick him to be like anti-Gamergates.
Well, see, the thing is, he is part of Recode, and
I didn't know he was
Recode
part of
is
Recode.
known to Brianna Wu, and it's all connected.
Yeah, that chiclet face, Eric Johnson.
Yeah.
He was also a friend of Brianna Wu's, and that was never disclosed either. They kind of brought him on as like somebody who's an independent advisor.
Yeah, independent my ass.
What is that? I mean, seriously, you can actually look at a lot of these fuckers, and it's like they didn't take the time to be on national television. They did not take the time to actually do anything to appear on national television.
No, she didn't comb her hair at all. She went on twice nappy.
Yeah, but that's just playing to the crowd. She wanted to look disheveled and stressed, and that whole thing. Bender didn't have a fucking excuse. He just went on looking like
well, he went on looking like he usually does, which is just a kid out of high school that barely knows what the fuck he's doing.
No, he has no idea what the fuck he's talking about, and I guarantee you, he is not he has not even had the time to assess the difficulties of being a man. And I'm not saying that from a misogynist point of view. I'm saying as a person with a Y chromosome that identifies with a Y chromosome, I'm assuming he does, the way that you must live your life, he has not identified it. He has not had to deal with, long and short kids or anything of that nature. He just has not had to live life to make a...
As all of them are.
Exactly. He's had too much money and not enough problems. As it's called, white people problems.
Well, no matter what the song says, more money does not mean more problems.
Exactly. But anyway. Grouping together Not Your Shield. I've seen this happen too. They've looks like they've been trying to kind of culminate or group Not Your Shield more closely with Gamergate, because I've seen in some threads where they're saying, "Oh, Not Your Shield is just Gamergate. Don't let them fool you."
Yeah, I've seen that since the beginning.
And I've seen some Gamergaters, and I wish I could correct them more nicely. When they say, "Yeah, it's a good thing Not Your Shield's here," I'm like, dude, stop that. Stop saying that shit. The reason that I say stop saying that shit is because anybody looking over it will say, "Oh, well, look, they're using Not Your Shield as a fucking weapon." And I made a post the other day. I said, I think that Gamergate and Not Your Shield can support their own merits independently.
I mean, I agree with that, but people are just going to say what they're going to say anyways. I saw something earlier about me being on King of Pole stream that literally just called me token black guy, so... It's like,
hey,
well,
I love you on South Park, man.
That's how they think of me. That's how they think of gaming. I wasn't there because I'm a dev or I have any credentials. They were talking about something I specifically started because the video he was showing was discussing Not Your Shield, or that I have a vested interest in Gamergate as a victim of harassment.
What do you
token black guy? Oh, go ahead.
What do you think about their arguments of saying blacks need help from the oppression, basically insinuating you don't have the the merit to get by on your own?
I find it incredibly insulting. I mean, if you want to help people, but don't. It's just a messy how they talk about it, and you can clearly see how they'll treat you if you don't go with their narrative. I don't think they're really for anybody that's against their narrative.
Right.
Like when they went for UNICEF, told UNICEF nations, you know where they stand.
Well, that's like when, oh fuck, who was it? Was it the American Cancer Society that rejected the donations from the fappening?
Oh yeah.
I can't remember who it was. It was somebody. Maybe it was some prostate cancer foundation or something.
Yeah,
I don't remember exactly.
Hey guys, we got another person in here. Christian, man, it's good to see you again.
Yeah, it's great to be back. Is my video working?
Yep, your video is working fine.
Awesome.
Give us a rundown on who you are real quick, in case somebody doesn't know.
All right. Well, yeah, I've I am the host of A Voice from In Radio's Tales from the Infrared. I have a YouTube channel that, honestly, I've been neglecting it for quite a while now. I really need to go back to uploading videos. I've been a gamer since the age of 3. I started my own gaming website recently, 20ounce.com, with a few other people who are interested in doing game reviews without politics.
Okay.
So yeah, that's
Legislation review will be.
Awesome.
yeah. If you have any specific questions.
Hello? Can anyone hear me?
Oh God, it's Rachel.
Hi.
Yeah,
I went off to get some coffee, and I shoved some pumpkin pie spice in it. So that's really nice.
nice.
Okay. All right, Rachel, tell us who you tell everybody who you are, who you is.
I am the current host of Honey Badger Radio. We also do another podcast called the Badger Pod Nerdcast, where we cover all sorts of nerdy issues, and I'm also on Tales from the Infrared every other week.
That is awesome.
Mhm.
I loved your last show. That was pretty kick ass.
Oh, thank you. It got kind of crazy.
Yeah, it did. Okay. Now, since we've already gone over a good bit of subject, going over it, over what we've already gone through, because we've got some of you new guys in here, and you hadn't had a chance to weigh in on that.
Were you asking me a question?
Yeah.
Oh, any issues I'd like to weigh in on? Oh gosh, there's so many things going on, like Amina Sarkeesian going full Macintosh on us.
Yeah.
Some of her statements. I don't know if the people at home are aware of what she's been writing on Twitter. Her past 2 posts have basically been blaming masculinity and the culture of masculinity for basically all those school shootings and everything, and people shooting up schools. That it's the fact that they're male and not, mentally disturbed or not receiving the care they need or have violent parents or irresponsible parents. They don't want to.
So does she just pull these facts out of a kangaroo's ass or something? Because I see her spew.
That would be my guess.
I see her spew things out of her whatever hole that is, but I never see her back anything up. She claims to be an academic, and she wants her stuff to be put in academia, but I never really see any real quotes from a scientific source that is not an echo chamber for more feminism.
That's because if she actually had to use a real source, she'd be proven wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is true. To be perfectly honest, she does reveal sources every now and then, but when you do follow them back, it's really heavy gender ideologue stuff. I remember, I think it was one of her videos on, oh gosh, I'm trying to sit there and remember all the bullshit. It had to do with women being standing sex objects in the background or as background decoration, and that they're being depreciated for these different reasons. It was really a load of crap. So she said something. She mentioned in passing the name of an academic, and so I looked it up, and it was just a lot of it was not a scientific source. You could sit there and call it a social scientific source, but I don't know if you would be able to sit there and prove this in a lab where you're looking over different people and looking at how their brains interact with video games and what it does to their minds or things like that. You're not going to find any studies conclusively linking sexism or even violent behavior to video games. I think that they might have found one that was linked to young children, but the thing about it is children can be pretty rowdy anyway. And that's something that's really difficult to measure from child to child, their level of rowdiness. I mean, how do you go about measuring violence in a child when we have a lot of different standards now for what we consider to be violent among children? When I was younger, you could sit there and grab a stick and pretend it was a gun. Now you can get arrested for that or be suspended from school for doing that exact same thing. So I'm really wondering how they are defining violence in children or being caused by video games. But it's something I really wonder about.
Like, I think I remember the study that you were talking about. If I'm not mistaken, the effects were actually minimal. The aggression only lasted for 10 minutes after playing, and then setting it down were fine afterwards.
Yeah, I'm not really familiar with the study, so don't sit there and quote me on it. But the thing about it is, overall, is there are a lot of different factors to be taken into account here. I mean, when you have family members that are more likely to let the television or movies or video games babysit their children instead of taking care of their children and guiding them and playing some of the media and understanding what they're playing, they want to sit there and blame video games and movies and all these things for then educating their children when they didn't step in and educate their children properly about all these issues. And that's what it really comes down to. These people don't want to admit when they are failing as a parent in letting these pieces of media be a babysitter. It's fine to let kids partake of these different kinds of media, but if you're really worried and concerned about what they're intaking, you really need to sit down and be committed to watching it yourself, to playing it yourself, to putting on parental controls or controlling who you even talk to, who they talk to if they enter into public chat or if they're playing online. You really need to monitor these things and get involved with your kid's life.
Right, you certainly do. Did we lose Hat?
That's a pretty revolutionary stance from what I've heard nowadays. What?
Really? We lost our Hat. I'm sorry.
Oh.
Guess we're being
Yeah, we lost Hat.
Oh no.
So does that make us men and women without hats?
I don't know.
Hey, Hat's pretty awesome, man. Hat is really awesome.
So I don't know if I've met Jason. Were you from last time?
Me?
Oh, it's saying that there's somebody in here named Jason.
Yeah, that's me.
Hi, Jason.
Hi, how's it going?
It's pretty good. How are you?
Great, just
weird. I think Mike was.
So who? What have we been discussing in here? Well, what have you guys been discussing before I pop in?
Basically, what we have gone over was we started off with the really good two-sided article from TechCrunch. We were talking about that, and that was actually a pretty good review. Did you guys see it?
I did not. But here's something. I don't know. I've been a bit distrustful of TechCrunch since I realized that a lot of the people involved in Gamergate are also heavily connected to people at TechCrunch. I've just been a little bit dubious about it. But if there's a really good two-sided article, that's something I'm definitely interested in reading. Hello? Anyone there? Hello?
Yeah, I'm here. People are breaking up a bit on my end too, so.
Yeah.
Well,
I might have to sit there.
It's definitely more fair than what we're used to. I've got the link. Let's see.
All right.
Let me put this over in the chat really quick. Oh, okay. Hat says he had something important come up. Okay. Now that's the link over there. You can look at that at your own. At your own. Okay. I was on a future that not too long ago, and thing on it. Have you seen the Indoctrinate You video at all?
Oh no, I have not. I've actually been pretty busy. Has anybody else seen it?
No.
Are
I had
you
actually
talking about that story that came out that there's a teacher essentially teaching young students about white guilt and white privilege?
Oh, not exactly. The thing that they're doing is that they're talking about how in college most of these professors have an agenda to push, and it's even in classes like where really be how does it pertain to race, class, and culture, and they're actually forced, or at least at the time they were forced to push this narrative, to actually teach this and put their opinions into it, and now most universities are permeated with this kind of thing. So let me link that really quick, and you guys go over it, and if you're interested. Did we lose Rachel?
Oh, let me see.
He fell.
Yeah. Oh, she's
Oh, there
back.
she
There
is.
she is.
I was things hurt. Okay, Rachel. There's the link for Indoctrinate You.
Well, thank you very much.
Okay.
I will definitely take a look at this. This is gonna be it's probably gonna be interesting.
It is very interesting.
Have you guys actually managed to see that video running around? It's from that the Fuck Hate campaign, where they've got all those little girls in pretty pink dresses, but they're like cursing like sailors to try and push a very very obvious agenda. The thing about it is I don't think anybody opposes rights for women, but when you go so far as to have children curse overall to try and push a belief in patriarchy theory, that's where I kind of draw the line. Those people are no better than the Westboro Baptist Church and things like that. They really are no better than these people that will sit there and have their children wear shirts that have like lots of like political affiliations and stuff on it, like my dad is voted for such and such or something like that. It's really kind of disgusting to see people use their children in this way.
Yeah.
Like a billboard.
You're exactly right.
Gross.
It was disturbing. Yeah, honestly, it was messed up.
Mm-hmm.
It is really, really disturbing.
It really just goes to show the kind of lengths that they're willing to go to push that narrative. And I don't know if you guys discussed the fact that a lot of the anti-Gamergate side really tried to I think it might have just been one specific troll, but I wasn't there when it happened, but from what I understand, they tried to attach the Ottawa shooting to Gamergate by saying that he was wearing a Gamergate t-shirt, which is completely ridiculous. They will stop at nothing at this point to continue to put that agenda. Yeah, it was some trolling.
I didn't realize we had t-shirts.
No, I don't know. I don't think we do.
No, we don't. But the individual who caused the shooting in Ottawa, it's confirmed that he is a member of ISIS. ISIS actually did send a photo of the guy to the media and said, "Yeah, he's one of ours."
Really?
However, you know,
So
listening to the terrorists,
there's at least 2 confirmed terrorist attacks, ISIS attacks within Canada to date.
Oh, jeez. That's just really disheartening.
But did they honestly tried to link the Ottawa shooting to Gamergate? Really?
Yeah, they did. They said they were trying to say that. Yeah, some stupid troll was basically trying to push that, and then some other people picked it up and then kept on spreading it around, and it was really, really disgusting that they would sit there and use something like a shooting or a rampage to push their agenda. But the thing about it is I'm not as surprised as I should be, because we watched that unfold with Elliot Rodger. Because what happened with that situation was you had a terrible tragedy take place, and it was horrible. I think a lot of people were really floored that something like that even happened, and I know that it hit a lot of us pretty hard. And what happened then is people with an agenda tried to then push it. They tried to say, okay, Elliot Rodger was a misogynist or a men's rights activist, or he is an angry nerd or an angry gamer, and these are the things that created him, certainly not the psychological problems that he obviously had. They want to have it be one of these other things, and that's really what it comes down to. They want it to be one of these other things, because if you can have it be one of these very simple things, it's something that can be changed. When it's something that can't be changed or easily fixed, these people get a little bit upset, because then they understand that some of this might be inherent. Some of what we're experiencing are things that may never change about the human condition. And that's the thing. It's always something very simple with these kinds of people, with the social justice warriors. It's always portrayed as a quick fix, because then it feels within reach. But if you break it down, it's completely ridiculous. It's what do you guys think about that? Hello? Anybody have? Abraham?
no, you're breaking us because you're giving us too much that we can't talk about it.
I'm sorry. But I'm saying, what do you guys think about that? Do you think it's something that it's just that these very, very simple sort of things? It's usually a very simple fix. It's always portrayed as a simple fix, like we have to teach men not to rape, or we need to not have violent video games, or
we need to include more women in the process.
Yeah, and here's the thing, though. It's very hypocritical the way that they approach this, because what they'll say is, okay, they'll always say something like there aren't enough females, like women scientists, but when they sit there and they see a disparity between male and female, like mass murderers, in terms of like going on a killing spree, they don't sit there and say, well, there needs to be more female mass murderers. They always say there needs to be more female scientists or CEOs or any of those things. When you talk about inclusivity like that, it's kind of hypocritical to then say, well, the reason why there are more men doing it is because of sexism.
Or there's not enough women who are homeless. There's not enough women who are in poverty.
Or there aren't enough women who are, trash collectors or engineers or ditch diggers or construction workers.
Actually, they did try the trash collector one at one point. They wanted to have, I think it was in England, they wanted to have more female trash collectors so that the women would feel safe putting out their trash.
And how did that work out?
They couldn't find enough women who actually wanted the job.
Exactly. And it really does...
Right, they couldn't. I want to direct your guys to the school shooting.
Mm-hmm.
ABC News. if it's better. We'll bring it back to Gamergate pretty quick.
Okay. Hello? Can anyone hear me?
I can hear you. I can't hear anyone
Well,
else right
they're muted. They're both muted. What the heck?
I don't know if they know that they're muted now.
Yeah, I think Mephisto is having some connection issues because he keeps roboticizing and cutting out.
Well, all right. I guess if anybody's using video, we probably should cut that because it
mine's
might
off.
be. Oh yeah. Well, it's off now. Well, oh, that's weird because now he's showing up as being two people. That's it's a little bit odd. But anyway,
Am I
talking
showing
about.
up as two people again?
Oh no, you're back to normal now. So there you go.
You have returned.
You've returned.
Yes, I have
Yay.
returned, and I totally just. Okay, awesome. What I was talking about was the ABC News. Basically, there is one statement that he would like to play video games.
All right. Well, you're actually coming in rather robotic.
I can see this foreshadowing. Okay.
You were.
Yeah, there's a lot of lag. There's a delay.
Okay.
Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto.
Well, my line is not. Domo arigato, Mr. Alien myself.
Hello? You guys are all breaking up on my end.
On my end, the only one breaking up is Mephisto.
Yeah, same. I think we broke Mephisto.
Yeah, I'm not Mephisto.
Well, which one are you then?
I'm
Darkstar?
Darkstar.
Oh, yes, you are.
Darkstar then. I don't know.
You all look the same with that
Right.
thing in
I'm
front
confused.
of the big gate.
Okay.
You can't be sure
With
first. He's only got
ABC
one hand.
You don't see the other two. The other two, the ABC News article, is talking about the foreshadow being playing video games.
Did anybody else get that in as being rather robotic?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was really, really bad.
Oh God.
Okay, so you're saying,
we're gonna trust
were you saying something about ABC News saying that there was like foreshadowing to Gamergate, or I didn't get that completely. Did anybody else get more than that?
No, it was You can see the foreshadowing in the ABC News article about gaming.
Oh, what was that again? What gaming?
Playing gaming. It's basically.
Hello? Is anybody there?
I'm here. I don't know
No,
about
we're
everyone
not
else.
Well, the thing about ABC is that I've seen a consistency coming from them. They have a tendency to completely miss the point on anything related to controversy on the internet. Usually when there's a story to be covered, it's almost like all of their, trendy, tech-savvy people that they've got in the office decided that they're just going to go take the day off because they don't understand how the internet works. If I'm not mistaken, I think they did I think it was something like I think it was like Good Morning America. I think that's ABC. I could be wrong. I remember they did a coverage of the Jessie Slaughter situation and then portrayed her as a helpless victim and not somebody who who probably needed mental help and was probably in an abusive family. And they found out later on that she was in an abusive family, and that social services probably should have, intervened a lot sooner. But they portrayed the whole situation as her being this helpless victim that wasn't portraying herself in a sexual way on the internet while being like 13 years old. And that's usually a red flag that something is going on, and her parents are really, doing something's going wrong. There's something, needs to be dealt with. Somebody needs to be called. But
Is that cosplayer that fell over at the con?
oh no, Jessie Slaughter. It was a long thing. It was a 4chan thing, and to be honest, a lot of what went on was okay. It really was wrong on 4chan's end. But the thing about it is what they did do right was they did call the police, and they did send in information and pictures that she had taken of herself, some of which were nude or semi-nude, and she placed them on the internet in hopes of people becoming interested in her sexually. She was 13 years old, and I think some of them she was 12. And they did send that to the police saying, listen, something's going on in her family, you need to deal with this. And, amongst the rest of the abuse, she really did get abused. And here's the thing. When we talk about people like Anita Sarkeesian and all these other, literally who folks, individuals, they got off easy. They get off easy in comparison to what happened to Jessie Slaughter, where they sent pizza and hookers to her house and all kinds of things like that. When we talk about harassment, that is the full anger of the internet being thrown at a human being.
Yeah.
When we see things like Adria Richards and that situation, that is the full anger and power of the internet being thrown at you. Someone simply disagreeing with your videos or your conduct, that is tame in comparison.
But there's so many people there's so many people disagreeing with me. So many people disagreeing with me. I don't know what the fuck I gonna do, motherfucker.
I don't think these people understand that if these people wanted to, if the folks, the 4chaners, the 8chaners, all of these folks, the Redditors, well, some people on Reddit, mind you, if they really wanted to, they could hack some of these people. They could DDoS their sites. They could take them down. But in Gamergate, they're saying, no, we're not going to go DDoS your site. We're not going to do any of that. We are going to politely protest and contact your advertisers and take it down. That is a huge thing. The fact that you even have 4chan, Reddit, 8chan, all of these people, and Twitter, and Tumblr, all working together on this, should sit there and be a message to everybody on the anti-Gamergate side that this is bigger than any kind of perception of sexism. You don't get all of those people involved just to take down a bitch. You don't do that. It's not something that happens. The war between Reddit and 4chan has raged for years. It's been this huge thing. They can't agree on anything. They have a great dislike for one another.
Yeah, that is true.
It's something that's been known. It's a huge thing, and to see that just suddenly disappear and say, okay, you know what? We're having a temporary truce right now because of all this crap that's bigger than all of us. That's huge.
Right. Okay. Am I being heard better?
Yes.
Yeah.
Much better.
Okay. I was going to say the ABC News articles had shows some foreshadowing as to what they're going to blame next, because the guy actually, when it describes who he is saying that he was a gamer, or he was your average kid and loved to play video games. And that right enough there is like, it leads you to say, oh shit, here we go. Because you know it's going to get blamed. Was he a Gamergater? The weird thing about the weird thing about the psychology of this guy was that he was actually not one that you would consider one of those closed off people. He was actually considered, or he was actually nominated. What was it? Homecoming Prince.
You know, it'd be really funny is if they went and did an investigation and found out that he was anti-Gamergate.
Oh, nice. That would have been like epically funny. Well, actually, it's not really funny, but that would be rather ironic.
The interesting thing about all of this is they always play up that angle. It's like she was just a regular person, or he was just a regular kid, clean cut American, and and then disaster struck, and then you're like, well, what happened? He got involved with internet porn, or any of the or 4chan, or Anonymous, or any of these these things, and then all hell broke loose.
I love the way Rachel speaks like she's doing an intro to like a Bond movie.
Oh God!
It's awesome. It's like
they didn't know what was coming. He was a cis white male. She was in for the ride of her life. Get the van! The van!
That's yeah. Sorry, my rant just.
That was beautiful.
Be flighty.
That was amazing. It's like he sold tortillas on the street corner, and the mob wanted him.
Watch Arnold Schwarzenegger beat a man with a tamale.
Keanu Reeves in that same fucking movie you've seen 20 times.
Dude, that's awesome. I am Total Biscuit, and I approve this message.
Yeah, it's... He was just a regular gamer, and Anonymous wanted him. I'm not a sexist!
Misogyny, misogyny! No, get to Twitter now!
Oh no! They're calling us sexist. What are we gonna do?
Yeah,
we drop the logic bomb. The logic bomb! It'll destroy everything! I don't know.
No,
Get to the chopper!
Better.
Drop the logic bomb now!
I don't know what will happen. But I know the world will be a better place in Logic 2014. I don't know.
Dermalogic Natus?
I don't know. Oh gosh, see, here's the thing. I honestly hope that if anybody's listening and they happen to be a game developer, that they make this game, because it's something that I desperately need in my life.
Hey,
And that is a Marvel vs. Capcom style fighting game of Gamergate, where you've got the anti-Gamergate side and the Gamergate side, and they each have like Marvel vs. Capcom kind of attacks.
Oh, smart.
So
I said that earlier in the stream.
A Smash Brothers type thing.
See,
I just wonder what Mundane Matt's ability would be.
I don't know.
Please
Well,
don't.
yeah.
Please no. Just no.
Maybe he's just a floating skull in space, and then he just kind of like opens his mouth, and then there's like fireballs or something.
Lightning bolt.
Yeah, lightning bolt seems more appropriate considering he's a blue color.
Oh yeah, he does have the lightning bolt thing as part of his intro. So yes, it would be like, and it was like.
And of course, if you've ever seen Mortal Kombat and the character Sindel, the one who had that hair attack,
Yeah.
that's what Internet Aristocrat would have.
Yeah. See, I imagine him as being like a full like. You have the whole body on him though, but if it's he's in the full like
Judge outfit.
Yeah, no, it's not a judge outfit. It's a French gentleman, French Revolution style gentleman, or no, Pre-Revolution French style French
no,
French
so you
gentleman.
can do it as a judge because then he could hit people with a gavel.
See, I don't no, it's definitely actually it's that whole picture that's actually from a, if I'm not mistaken, a Halloween costume site, and that was it was a French sort of gentleman costume. So yeah, it would be he'd be decked out in that full attire, and he'd be all like, just I don't know. It'd be really funny. He'd just have the ability to make the Tumblrettes cry.
I want to see what the character representation of Tumblr would be.
Oh my gosh, it would just be a whole bunch of like screaming babies that just kind of go over there and just like smack you.
It'd be like,
Actually, I think that's true. A pile of screaming babies sounds about accurate.
I think it'd be more like, you know, Anita Sarkeesian's face transposed on something that looks like a very miniaturized version of Joan of Arc, and she doesn't actually attack anything; she just points.
Yeah, it's just yeah.
He points at a bunch of white knights run up and attack.
That should be the special attack move where you just like release the entire attack bar. It's like it's like
You do realize, of course, her attack would be unleashing her army that supposedly doesn't exist, but was cheering her very loudly when she made that idea.
Oh god, you could see the like panic on her face when she saw that shit. She's like, "Oh wow, that didn't go away."
And Leigh Alexander, since she's a megaphone, should have like sound-based attacks.
Oh god.
And then she's like, "Well, yeah," she said she was a megaphone, so.
Well, that's why they always refer to her as Megaphone Chen.
No. And then oh gosh, and then if there's like, what would Zoe Quinn's power be? Oh no, I don't know if I want to. I don't think that's appropriate.
It has to be. It has to be a knife stab to the face.
Have some ramen.
Or what should happen is there should be, I don't know, maybe parts of her attack should involve
some of the other players.
It should involve like some of those things that are sort of blurred out with pixels and stuff that are taking place. Or
some effects like hepatitis.
No. I got it. I have it. I know the answer. She throws burgers and fries at people.
Oh my gosh. No.
Oh no, it has to be the released versions of her porn pictures.
Oh.
We're not trying to kill the audience, okay?
Exactly. That is the one that will beat everything. Everybody's like, no, throw the controller.
I like that there'd be the situation with that would be that maybe if you're like really really low on health, they would do that single attack and then it would just be like sort of a big portrait, right? And then a curtain would fall down and then it would just be that on display and then your character just suddenly drops dead. And that would be a wonderful visual. And it'd be like,
when she
now my question is, what would Phil Fisher's attack be?
Not showing up.
No, it would be again.
Wait. Not only should he should be Phil Fish, but he should also be wearing a fez, and his attack should be something like a whole bunch of mermaids just get thrown at people or something. Just like, or maybe like he one of his attacks is like he's got a mermaid by the tail and they just use it to whack everybody with. And of course he's whacking everybody with the female side. So it's like, there you go. I'm using it against you guys. I'm using it as.
I could just imagine Zoe Quinn's character when she's low on health, like feeling depressed, and then Nathan Grayson comes in, fucks her, gives her a good review, and she gets some health back.
Oh god. Along with that,
terrible.
she has to have changing hair color with changing health status.
Oh my gosh.
Appropriate.
Actually, yes, it would. That would be hilarious. Wait. Who else do we have? Well, wait. We need Jonathan McIntosh. What would his It would have like a big his attack would be called Full Macintosh, and then it would just be
he declares victory and walks off the screen.
No. His attack would be he starts going crazy like oh god, I can't even think of it.
Wait, maybe he turns into the Hulk, and then there's like a whole bunch of like Twitter messages that get shoved at you, and your head explodes. I don't know.
Johnny Smash!
No, Johnny Block!
He has to come in like the Emperor Palpatine or some shit, and then when he gets like really low on health.
Because like he's like one of my favorite spiders, but to be honest, since he's involved with a lot of the social justice types, I don't know. Maybe they got him. I'm hoping not, because I've seen his old work, and it's really not politically correct. It's really disturbing shit. So it's
Well, no, he just declares victory and walks off the screen. That's the only thing Macintosh does.
No, I'm talking about Paul Robertson because
Robertson?
Paul Robertson is a for those of you who don't know, he's a pixel sprite artist, an animator. He's worked on several different retro style video games and things like that. I first encountered his work with, I think it was like Pirate Baby Cabana, like I'm trying to remember, like a 2006 or something, and it was a short film. And what happens through it all is it's a bunch of references to pop culture, but mainly to those kinds of platformer style games that are really, really hard but fun. But anyway, it goes all the way through. What happens is this I think it's like an octopus grabs their friend, but he comes in on a helicopter and then takes their friend away, and then there's two boys. They suddenly have to go into this building that's really, really fucking tall. So they have to go through each level and just beat the crap out of all of the enemies that are there between them and their friend. And then and then there are a combination of things like power of like octopuses and the zombie pregnant women where like babies like burst out of their stomachs and stuff, and then you have to beat those up, and then there's like they had to beat those up, and then it just gets crazier and crazier and crazier as you go. And it's hilarious. It's wonderful. It's a great short film. Seriously, go look it up. Just type in Pirate Baby Cabana.
Speaking of videos,
and where can we get some?
Huh? No, it's really great stuff, and I thought to myself, this guy needs to be making video games, and this was back in something like 2007 that I first saw this short, and I'm like, this guy needs to be making games now.
Okay.
I will play them. I'll play all the games.
You've guys seen the review for Hatred, right?
Oh, I've heard nothing. I've heard a lot of
The review. The game isn't even out yet.
Not the review, but the trailer.
I've seen the trailer, and honestly, I'm so fucking excited. I want to play that game.
Okay, so hold on just 1 second, and I will get this up for you.
I know Polygon ran like something like 5 or 6 articles in like 2 days about the game, all decrying how it was like the worst possible thing, and I'm thinking, why the fuck are you giving it so much coverage if it's so bad?
Well, here we go.
I think a lot of the social justice types like to hate read these things or hate play these kinds of games. They're like, oh my gosh, this is so offensive, but the gameplay is amazing. That's the only
But like to sum up Hatred, if you were to take Dead Nation, I don't know if you know the game Dead Nation, sort of like an isometric zombie top-down view shooter where you just shoot as many zombies as you can. But if you take that game and you change all the zombies to innocent civilians, that's Hatred.
Ooh.
Okay, guys, go watch that video, and I want to hear your responses on it.
I mean, I saw it. It looks a lot like Postal, which is a game I really liked back in the day.
Not what I'm talking about, dude. This is not the ad. This is not the original trailer.
Yeah,
this is
I
just
played
something
Postal
else.
too. That was like the shit. That was
Okay.
so fun.
Go watch that shit.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna mute and then come right back.
All right. So basically, what we were talking about is if you go onto YouTube and you search for, that's pretty edgy. That's what you're going to look for, and you will find the Hatred video that we're talking about. It actually has a, I guess you'd call it a meme from an old 4chan thing. It's actually really funny. I might be able to screen share it. Here we go.
See, already I want to play this. Can you turn up the sound? Okay.
You know, I recognize that rant.
Yeah, already I want to play.
I love that. I love that. The beginning of that. It wasn't actually original. It was someone who did a soundbite over it, and I was like, God, that just like fits so damn well.
Oh my God, I would play that game too, but I love that type of game. I mean, I don't know why all shooters have been military lately. I love just spree, massacre, postal style shooter games.
Well, you know, I
think
think
it's
that's
the
one of the things that I've talked about before with games. They allow you to not just escape reality, but they also allow you to escape morality. And that's something that we don't really have in most aspects of culture, of our entertainment. And that's one of the reasons why games like this and GTA are such good sellers, because they allow us to escape entirely the morality of what we live daily.
But they also allow you to do another type of morality, which, if you'll notice, whenever you start playing, like, say, I don't know, take Mass Effect, and you say, oh, I love being a Paragon, but you're still trying to save the universe. You're still a moral-ish person. You just wind up being more of a hard ass that you wish you could be. And that's one of the great things, the great appeals about those games. I would hate to see that if you couldn't be like, if this game turns out to be where you can only be like you play only as like a antagonist. I'd hate to see that that's the way it straightforward plays out.
That's gonna be how the game is though. The main character, the character you play, is an antagonist. He is a psychopath who is fed up with the rest of humanity. He hates humanity. He sees humanity as a disease that needs to be wiped out.
It must still be an interesting play.
He is, for all intents and purposes, a violent psychopath.
He's me with a gun.
But this is why I don't have a problem with this game, and it's because games, much like movies and books, they tell a specific story from a specific perspective, and this type of perspective, the perspective of the violent psychopath, the shooter, the perspective of the kids who did the shooting at Columbine, the kid who did the shooting at Sandy Hook. Nobody tells any stories from the perspective of those individuals.
Right.
And right now, everybody's all up in arms about this game because it's only because this is a perspective we're not used to seeing. We're not used to hearing the stories from these perspectives.
Could you imagine a game made off Jigsaw's perspective?
That would be fucking epic.
I just thought of that. It's like, wow. You see, in the first Saw, you're like, oh god, this is pointless and random, and by the time the sequel moves on, you're like cheering for Jigsaw.
But I could see that happening. It would borrow some sort of like tower defense elements, games like Dungeon Keeper, in which you play as Jigsaw, and the whole point of the game is to design the traps for your victims. That would be fucking epic.
That could work. That could definitely work. Or you're playing as all the other characters that are being instructed by Jigsaw.
Yeah. Well, you know, the interesting thing is, I think there's a weird situation with villains, and it's really happened. I think, well, gosh, in the last few years, what's happened is the mindset of people and villains, and the way we think about villains, because we've allowed there to be a place for the anti-hero, and to even allow ourselves to understand villains and see them as human beings, and interesting human beings. human beings that are more interesting sometimes than the main protagonist of stories, because a lot of times your main protagonist is pretty, they're heavily moral and also really, really bland. Well, I'm talking about your stereotypical protagonist, just one-dimensional and bland. Whereas you have the villains, and the villains are some of the most interesting people out there. And there's sort of a weird situation now where we love to hate them and to also love them. It's sort of a weird situation where we shift between love and hate. We know that they're doing something terrible and that we could never do what they do, and we would never feel comfortable doing what they do. But at the same time, we gravitate towards those people.
You just want to fangirl over Loki, don't you?
No. Actually, I never understood what the appeal of Loki was. I understand he's sort of non-threatening, and a little too non-threatening for me to be sort of attracted to him, if that makes any sense.
A little too asexual for you?
Yeah, a little, yeah. To be perfectly honest, he never really did it for me.
Do you think the switch towards the antagonist could be some sort of like a at least in the modern demographic, be some sort of I guess you would say
we don't allow there to be any people out there who are just pure evil anymore. There's a way that we go about creating villains now that is very different in, I would say, in the history of modern storytelling, because what happens is we allow ourselves to be sympathetic, whereas in the past, when we looked at a villain, we saw that they were just pure evil, and they were doing it for just the sake of chaos, or you didn't care what reason they had for doing what they do. You just understood that they were incorrect and wrong and crazy. But now we have things like Twilight and all these things where we're like, okay, well, these characters are typically the villains, but now we're making a situation where it's safe to fuck them. So it's sort of a weird state we're in right now.
I would love to see Bella try and fall in love with Jason Voorhees or Michael Myers.
Do you think the current climate with the antagonist is like a resentment towards the current values that we're being taught by social justice warriors today, like a resentment of everything that we're being told of what we should be, what we shouldn't be? In a narrative like that, it's like the villain represents everything that we wish we kind of could be. Not exactly, but more of a caricature.
Oddly enough, though, the weird thing is that with the youth, even though they tend to be these sort of social justice types, they kind of want to seek to understand the villains. Now they're misunderstood, basically. It doesn't matter whether or not they're crazy and they're killing people, innocent people. They're hot to them because they have that sort of mix of power, and that's sort of attractive. But they're also like, he's a dark, brooding, misunderstood, and intelligent individual. I think they're obsessed with the idea of seeing if they could change them just enough so that they could learn to love. And there's sort of that really weird thing among these. Among the youth now, with sort of like, I kind of want to fix this wounded bird. Even if he's like slicing people's heads off. So, but the thing is there have always been those kinds of women. We just the portrayal of it has not been so widespread and normalized.
He's the bad boy you want to fix.
Yeah, he's the bad boy that you want to fix. So there are women that send like really deeply sensual letters to serial killers saying that they want to have sex with them and have their babies. And that's been something that has happened for years and years and years. And now we're seeing this sort of slip into the mainstream and be experienced by these young people that have this idea of, they want to understand the bad boy kind of thing. It's sort of a weird... It's really weird. I don't understand it myself. I don't know. I understand the anti-hero situation, but when there's sort of this idea where they want the villain to be a romantic individual, or they see them and they say, wow, he seems like boyfriend material, part of it seems rebellion, part of it just seems to be naive stupidity. It's sort of, I don't know. It's a weird place. But social justice types will make exceptions for stories like Twilight when they see fit. So they'll be like, wait, all these things like your Bayonetta is sexist, but don't you dare talk shit about my Twilight. I'm Team Jacob.
It doesn't matter that he's 100 years older, stalking her and abusing her. It's okay because he loves her.
Well, they'll say something like, well, it's okay because I'm Team Jacob. Like, that's a better choice.
So you mean bestiality with an infant is better?
I know, right? There's no saving that or explaining that away, like, ever. It's just stories like Twilight would never be popular, like several, like maybe 100 years ago. That would never be popular. It's something that could have only been.
Really summarize Twilight very simply. It's a woman who's caught between bestiality and necrophilia.
Nice.
I mean, there are stories you see in the past about, there's sort of the dance playing with fire, but what you see with something like Twilight, it's a very sort of safe, non-threatening experience where you sort of flirt with danger, but nothing ever happens. That's bad. Nothing really bad ever happens, and even when you decide that you want to end your life because your vampire boyfriend decided he wanted to break up with you, you get saved, of course, by the wolf guy. Oh, geez, it's really ridiculous stuff. And that's the culture we're in. You can't have a story where somebody might be in danger, or there's a guy who is totally who is totally definitely threatening. Or who actually poses a serious threat to you, or who won't agree with everything you say. You can't do that anymore. He has to be very non-threatening.
Oh, disagreeing nowadays is actually a threat.
Yeah. But that's the weird thing. That's why people like villains like Loki are popular over a lot of the other really crazy villains that are in the Marvel universe that you would never think of, getting involved with. Because they're crazy.
Or how about we look at the DC universe where there's the absolute crazy that has someone who's following him around all the time.
Like
I'm referring, of course, to Joker and Harley.
Yeah, that's a very abusive relationship, if you think about that. Nobody in their right mind. Nobody in their right mind would ever date the Joker. And you don't see girls fawning over the Joker. Well, I think for a brief moment when it was played by Heath Ledger, there was a couple of, out there who were interested in that. But those are the same people who would be interested in a serial killer. But
So
did a very good job of it.
What else?
Someone who was psycho, who had no morality. There was no sympathy for him. There was no reason for what he was doing.
Yeah.
So what else has happened this week in Gamergate?
A lot of things have happened. Oh, geez, I'm trying
there was that article in Playboy.
Well, I didn't hear about that one.
It's been confirmed also that, what we already knew, which is that Zoe Quinn absolutely knew Nathan Grayson as far back as February of 2013. What some people decided to do was actually look into the code of her game itself, and in the credits is that her thanking Nathan Grayson in the credits of her game that were finished in 2013.
Oh my god.
So when he says, I didn't know this woman or wasn't involved with her in sort of a friendship level or something, you can't even trust that at this point. You really can't trust we already didn't trust him when he said, I did not sleep with that woman during the time that I was writing these articles. Absolutely not. Now we can't even trust, not even the anti-Gamergate side, if they were able to sit there and look at this evidence, could sit there and really trust that as a statement. But they'll just say, well, if you keep pushing this is basically just slut-shaming. And here's a little reminder for those of you guys who want to sit there and make this about slut-shaming. If you sleep with your boss or with a journalist that is covering your game, that is wildly unethical. It's something that men would be fired over. if you if you had a situation where you were sleeping with somebody that was propping you up or who was writing about you in a favorable level, for any reason at all, that's something that people resign over normally.
Oh hell, we would not just be fired; we would probably be prosecuted.
Yeah, it's wildly corrupt, and the fact that these people don't see this as corruption in the least bit, it's really telling. They don't understand the concept of this being a corrupt thing. They're saying, "Oh, you're just money blocking me." It's almost like you're cock blocking me from getting money and from making a living. That's what they're seeing it as. They don't see anything but the money. They don't see this as being an ethical problem. I mean, you listen to Late Alexander, and I remember she was talking about how she said, like, well, journalistic integrity, there's a whole bunch of other issues in the industry that we need to be handling that are, certainly more obvious. Well, why aren't you dealing with that, Lay? That's kind of an I mean, if you see those problems and you don't bring them to light, you are just as bad. But she also said, oh, well, you can't trust the YouTubers either because some of them have been bribed, and you can't trust that they aren't being bribed either. Does that make your corruption any less terrible? Is the question. Like, when you sit there and deflect like that, and you're saying, well, look at all this other corruption, you are misdirecting. You're saying, don't pay attention to the shit that I'm doing that's wrong. Pay attention to all the other people.
The man behind the counter.
All right, guys, this just in. I don't know if you've read this or not. Our culture is deeply sick with simply asking questions about how toxic forms of masculinity may harm men. Let's say masculinity may harm men leads to hours of hate on Twitter. Guess who?
Anita?
Yep.
Yeah, she's been going full Macintosh lately. It's really crazy.
I think we've all finally come to the realization that Anita is just a sock puppet for Macintosh.
I would have to halfway agree. I actually think that she's bought in. One or the other has bought into one of the other's bullshit.
Well, I think that's been obvious since the beginning. And when I see the connection, when you understand who Jonathan McIntosh is and who Anita is from their past and their present, you understand that this is very much a business partnership. This is something that was born out of one another trying to, create something so mommy and daddy would get off their back. And they say, well, you need to go out there and do something with your life. Because Jonathan McIntosh is loaded. I don't think people know this. And I really want this to be spread around. He is totally loaded. His family owns something like, they are totally loaded. They own like a private island and stuff like that. It's something that is floating out there. They don't understand that he is the rich, white, privileged male that everybody continues to demonize. He is every bit that.
Oh, he wants to be cucked, and we all know it. Let's dissect this for a second. Our culture is deeply sick when simply asking questions. Now let's stop right there. Let's look at this from a different perspective. They say when simply asking questions
of Anita,
is she really going to go down this fucking road when she herself turns her Twitter comments off? When simply asking questions just leads to harassment for her. She gets pissed off when hours of hate on Twitter. When did asking questions become hate? Exactly. Is it basically because she uses pointed questions and thinks that we do too?
She wasn't even asking a question. And here's the thing, from what I could be wrong on this. Check the Twitter though. That was a statement. It was not a question.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't.
I know those two statements, those two things before, those were statements. They were not questions. She was not asking questions, and I don't think I've ever seen her really ask a legitimate question that wasn't a rhetorical question about all this stuff. Because she asks these questions, she already knows what answer she wants and expects. And that's not really a question. When you're sitting there asking a question where the response you want is already built in, that's not really a question. That is asking somebody to fall in line behind you and agree.
Right. Hey, Jason, you still with us, man?
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm just looking through everything. I just get speechless every once in a while dealing all this fucking insanity. It's like, fuck. How can you blame everybody that does spree shootings is fucking out of their mind, first of all. First and foremost, you need to be looking into the actual mental illnesses of these people, not their gender or what fucking games or books they were reading.
Oh, okay. You're still back there, huh? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. The second part of this, I'm sorry, I've got to address the whole fucking toxic masculinity thing. If there is a such thing as toxic masculinity, there must be such a thing as toxic feminist. Or how would you even say that?
Femininity.
Yeah, well, I don't. There's got to be a toxic feminist theory. I mean,
We've already seen it. Valerie Solanas. Pretty much
Andrea
most of the modern feminists.
To be honest, the toxic femininity is something I think that most women are aware of, but they don't talk about. And that is, it's on display for everyone to see. Everybody knows a woman in their life who will talk at length about this terrible woman at their job who just does not care about other people and is just horrible to everyone and tears everybody down to build herself up. That really is toxic femininity right there. What's taking place, and these girls will sit there and talk at length about it. But the moment they are feminists and they're sitting there and speaking on a feminist platform, all those women suddenly disappear. They are suddenly just minor occurrences where, you know what I mean? They don't acknowledge that is a part of female interaction that continues to go on, that bullying happens.
Right. Go ahead.
Well, and into adulthood, it continues on.
The last part that I wanted to address is may lead harm or may harm men. Now, this sounds like a totally subjective opinion to me, and well, it is. Your definition of harming men. Harm is something that there is a metric for what you consider harm, but to what extent is widely subjective. When she says it may harm men, is it because you think that it harms men because men should be feminists and they're going the opposite direction? That's the question. Or is it because they're not being the way that you want them to be? Is it because you can't fathom how your 50s everyman, man's man or everyman, couldn't be somebody who doesn't beat his wife, who actually talks shit over, a man who actually does not fit the criteria that you think it does. She has to go looking for these fucking problems. And if the problems that are seen are not seen by a larger demographic on a whole, they're not fucking problems. I mean, if everybody can't see what the problem is, but only you can, you obviously either created the problem or there's not a problem.
Right. I mean, she doesn't even have the decency to let these families grieve before she starts this bullshit. That's what's appalling to me about it.
Well, another thing that's really appalling is that Gamergate, even if we could start like a charity for the victims of school shootings all over, we couldn't do that without looking like we were taking advantage of the situation.
Right.
And so it's like a two-edged sword that only cuts us because, well, if we didn't do anything, well, why didn't you help the children? And then we do help the children. Well, you're just doing it because you want to weaponize the dead. How dare you?
Wow. I'm reading this Playboy article, and this is just fucking horrible. I don't even know where to fucking begin on this. She's sitting there saying that she's afraid to write the article because of the
How long is the article, Rachel?
It's way too fucking long for me to read the whole thing.
Here's the thing, though, Rachel.
But it's just ridiculous.
Rachel, remember, I already wrote a response to her on this.
Oh, okay.
The reason why she was scared was because she's already been indoctrinated by the media, by friends, by other feminists, that it was toxic. But the thing is, as she goes into it, and later on in the article, she realizes it's not. In fact, since talking to her, since she wrote the article, she says she's gotten more negativity from the anti-Gamergate side than she has from the Gamergate side.
Are you talking about Felicia? Is this Felicia Day you're talking about?
No. This is an article in Playboy by Sarah Benincasa.
Okay.
But that's interesting.
Yeah, she actually, even though she won't come out and say it on Twitter, I think she's pro-Gamergate now. Now that she's actually looked into it and talked to people, she's realized this is not an issue that is just the way the media is portraying it.
Yeah.
I had
She's
somebody
got to realize that Gamergate is right, that there is media corruption, and it's bad.
Oh, we all knew that there was media corruption. If anybody says that they don't think that there's media corruption, they are either on medications or deliberately have their head in the sand.
Yeah.
Or they're part of the media.
There you go.
I had somebody ask me about Gamergate today, or they were asking about it overall. And what happened was I ended up, the thing that they asked about, they're like, well, how does Sarkeesian play? And I said, listen, she has like almost nothing to do with this. It's basically that she keeps trying to use this to get money and to get attention. She keeps trying to insert herself into it, and that's what keeps happening. She keeps
you said insert. You misogynist.
She keeps trying to bring herself back into this conversation by any means necessary because of all the media attention. I remember seeing there was a scale that somebody posted up. It was I think it was Topsy hits and stuff like that. And the interesting thing is that there was actually a radical drop in the number of people that were looking up stuff about Anita Sarkeesian, Zoe Quinn, and Brianna Wu. All of their Twitter stuff fucking flatlined, or started to flatline. Basically, what's happening is, as a result of what they've been saying during Gamergate, people have lost interest in them completely. So.
So that would explain the new post coming out by Sarkeesian.
Oh yeah, absolutely. She
has to keep herself relevant.
Yeah, you see what there was actually pretty decent traffic going to all three of their Twitter pages on a regular basis, and what happened was you then saw it take a nosedive. I mean, we're talking about a radical drop in the amount of people that go see their stuff. So their careers are really taking a massive blow. So when they sit there and go on MSNBC and all of these things where they have, friends that have decided they want to push them forward and try and spread this around as as just being about misogyny, this is damage control. Their careers are suffering over this massively, and they don't understand that this is their own doing. That the reason they are being reprimanded is because they have done something wrong. They have acted unprofessionally. They've disrespected their audience. They have taken a big shit on the people that pay their bills, and it's bad for business.
They committed the #1 sin of business: do not shit where you eat.
Yeah, that's exactly what they've done. So when you see these people and expect that they are going to suddenly receive a whole bunch of new death threats or something like that, or they're going to say something more about that pretty soon, because what's going to happen is they are losing relevance. And they keep bringing themselves back with these threats. So keep up what you're doing. Stop visiting their sites and stuff, and just watch as they sit there and disappear off the map.
Exactly.
Don't attack. Don't engage.
Don't touch the poop.
Mock, but don't do anything else.
Don't touch the
mocking is fun. Mocking is very fun. Shitposting fun.
Yeah, like I did last night when somebody was saying, I demand a apology for Gamergate for all the doxing, and then GG Feminist posted, I, as glorious leader of Gamergate, apologize for all the doxing and harassment that was done, especially my own. I deserved it. And then I responded back to her and said, and I, as alien overlord of Gamergate, apologize for all the doxing that was done without my permission. Stop it!
I apologize for getting myself fired.
Yeah, that would be a good one.
I'm not apologizing for shit I didn't do, though. I didn't do those doxings. So.
Well, that's why you mock it when you do the apology. You're not.
Yeah, I want to apologize for being half white and male.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, half white. There you go.
Yeah.
You know, us half white folks, we pass as white, so therefore we get the benefit of being totally white.
Well, I got the problem of I'm gray and I can't quite pass as either.
Yeah, Nephinor's an alien.
Hey,
that
alien.
whole gray thing going on, and everyone's like, "Man, you look weird."
Hey, Nephinor, do you want to go surfing, dude? Do some Satch Boogie?
No thanks.
Nobody knows Satch.
I apologize for an event that was totally out of my control, leading to my birth.
Oh gosh, yeah.
I
Yeah,
apologize for
You're gonna do
I'm
something.
like, what the fuck?
Completely mock them.
Gamergate apologizes for the Holocaust.
Well, I did.
Gamergate apologizes for African slavery.
Gamergate apologizes for the earthquake in Japan. Sorry, guys.
Well, I did touch the poop.
Gamergate apologizes for Godzilla.
What had happened was, I think Anita said something along the lines of, "If you are a good person, leave Gamergate right now." And I said, "I imagine you'll be staying."
See, that's good mocking, though. That actually is absolutely perfect.
Imagine you'll be staying. That was all I said. Was I imagine you'll be staying.
Well, of course you'll be staying. It's the only place she gets attention.
So, I'm sorry, man. Go ahead. I'm going to move on.
I'll say this much: like, I've been in Gamergate asking the same questions for 2 months and got nothing but mocked, harassed, doxed, hacked. If this is what you do in public, in front of thousands of people, what the fuck are they gonna do alone if we stop Gamergate and ask these questions?
So James, what is your background?
Me, Jason?
Yeah, Jason. Sorry, I don't know why I say James.
Oh, well, I'm a indie dev, and I started the Not Your Shield hashtag on Twitter.
Oh my gosh, that's you!
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that's amazing.
We're not
Nice to meet you.
I had no idea, dude. You're amazing.
Nice to meet you.
I thought all you guys knew. I thought I was like, hey, this guy doesn't need an announcement.
No, I've been
busy with Tales from the Infrared and 20ounce.com. I've been trying to keep up with Gamergate. Every now and again, I'll like pop out a tweet, but I've just been so fucking busy, man.
Oh
Dude, I'm so sorry. I thought everybody knew.
Nobody told me. Oh
I
my
feel
gosh,
stupid.
you're amazing, dude.
I'm bad host. I'll take my beating now. I'm sorry.
Bad host.
Let me get the flogger.
That's right, you white cishet male scum.
Half white.
You're only passing whatever the hell the other one is.
So what made you start Not Your Shield?
I was just talking about it with some guys, and we were all talking about how we were all being called white, blah 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 blah, the bullshit they say. So I was like, you guys need to come up with a hashtag or something. Like then I was still thinking as a dev, I didn't want to get deeply involved in it. But then they said, oh, it was started on 4chan, blah 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 blah. So I came with all my evidence. I said, this is how it started. These are the people who had this conversation. Like me, Nino, and others, and Not Your Shield project guy. And I kind of had to come forward and be a more active participant in Gamergate since then. And then since then, you know, there's been the hackings, the doxing, I got fired.
Where are you working?
Things. Right now, nowhere.
No, I said, where were you working?
I don't really want to disclose that just because I don't want anybody
Well,
going after the
I'm sorry.
place.
Yeah, that's understandable. Yeah, but yeah, it's really sad that that happened. I'm sorry that happened, dude.
I think it's fucking atrocious. I mean, I really think that even in the heat of like a combat like situation, I hate to compare it to combat, but there are ethics.
I mean, I've
And
lost a
making
job over ethics before too.
and making a person lose their job, that's bullshit. You don't even know that person, and I'm sorry for you, man.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
even if it were a
nothing,
combat situation, then I'd be like, at best, a medic, or what do they call the priests in combat? Like, not a combatant.
Cleric.
Waste
Yeah,
of
cleric.
Yeah, nothing says
Waste of
inclusion
ration.
and diversity like getting people fired for disagreeing with you.
Not only that, getting a black guy fired.
Yeah.
Well,
That's
these
so
people have
shitty.
no scruples.
Well, like I said, they don't care about anybody that doesn't fit their narrative. That's been clear over the past 2 months. That's why Not Your Shield had to happen, basically.
Yeah, it absolutely did have to happen. It's ridiculous, but the thing about it is that the thing that they've been doing, these are just their tactics. They use it on anybody that they don't agree with, even if they have sort of a neutral, egalitarian perspective on these kinds of things. They don't know what to do with these people. All they know is that they don't agree with them, so they are therefore an enemy, and they will sit there and hurl the exact same tactics that they do on just everybody. So it could be Republicans, Libertarians, anybody. It could be MRAs, anybody. Anyone who does not agree with them on the issues that they think are important is basically an enemy. And they will call you a sock puppet, and they will call you an evil cis hetero white man, even
They will
if you
say
are a
that
lesbian woman.
you are committing soggy knees.
or if you're an ethnic minority. They don't give a shit at all about who you are. It's just they only have a very narrow perspective on things, and if you don't match up with that, they just sit there and shit all over you.
It's very holier than thou, because I honestly think the way that they understand the world is, you must be evil if you don't agree with all these good things that I'm doing, and not realizing that they're being extremely naive in believing that their way is the right way. And I'm not saying that, some of their ideas are not, halfway something that you would contemplate, but the way that they push it is A, arrogance, and B, almost a piety that transcends understanding.
Hmm.
And
What I don't understand is how they can get away with this stuff and still be all of the things that they claim to be against. Like, they claim to be against class warfare and these really rich white individuals that have the sort of a sociopathy that they don't care about the lower class people, and yet they are those people.
it is the class warfare as they define it.
Yeah, so basically it's fine to do all of these horrible, corrupt things and to not give a shit about somebody based upon whether or not they agree with you, as long as you are the one who is doing it, or at least to them. And that's the thing. I've talked about this on my blog before, and one of the things I've discussed is that even feminism, they say that they care even about all women, but that's not true at all. They just care about very, very specific kinds of women. And this is only feminists as the kind that tend to be in groups and have that sort of hive mind. So it usually tends to be the sort of academic, radical feminism that happens. And what happens is they don't care about you if you don't fit their narrative. So if you are deeply religious, which I'm not, or you don't want to hop on board with that, or you're conservative, or any of these things, they want nothing to do with you. So it's very hypocritical to then say that you care about elevating all women. You only want to elevate a very specific type of woman that believes exactly the same things that you do. So
Clones. The clone
yeah,
war.
it's
Just like
really
the
ridiculous.
crusade they have against women against feminism.
Yeah, I was a part of that hashtag, and they kept saying that we were sock puppets, that we were MRA sock puppets, that there were men who were actually writing for us, and that.
But what kind of
You are
sock?
Paul Elam's sock puppet.
Basically, I'm Paul Elam's sock puppet, or bot, or whatever. That I don't have a voice of my own, and that I can't speak for myself, or disagree with them. And that's what really. Yeah. Go on.
I was gonna say I've had people talk to me, and I'll tell them exactly what Gamergate is, what we're doing, the good we're doing, if not your shield as far as the charities and stuff we do go, and then they'll just say, "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean. I don't want to get this deep into it. I'm gonna go argue about women against feminism some more." Like we have people bounce from us to you guys, so I feel you.
Well, why can't it just be all of us at the same time?
Yeah, and that's the thing. They do the exact same stuff to the people of Gamergate that they do to the women against feminism. They sit there and they tell you that you're ignorant, that you're misinformed, that you don't understand what this is really about, that they're just all about equality. And how can you possibly disagree with us trying to help women and promote equality, and yet they only want to promote that equality for the people that fall in line?
Because they're obsessed with the pretty words, but they don't understand that it's a give and take relationship, that you can't have the kind of equality that they want to fucking talk about without taking away from somebody else. It is not equality that they are really seeking. They're seeking a utopia where everybody's happy and nobody's toes are stepped on. But the fact is that we live in a reality that is fucking brutal. Even though we have, like, the niceties of the internet and cars and gas burning, electric stoves, all that good shit. But the fact is, we still live in a brutal world because it is a world that is created by our own nature and our own conflicts. And they do not understand that because they are actually raised most of the time in a very well-to-do family, they don't understand the conflicts that go with actually being fucking poor.
Well, also, they're not. One of the things that seems to be lost on these folks is that, despite the fact that they preach the song and dance of inclusivity, what happens is they really aren't skilled in dealing with people that have different beliefs than them. They don't have that sort of idea of that they need to actually respect them and tolerate them as well. They don't have that at all. Instead, they sit there and say, well, why aren't you a feminist? Or why aren't you a liberal? Or why aren't you this way? Or instead of saying, I understand your point of view, I respectfully disagree. They don't understand that concept. It doesn't... It's not something that they understand. It's completely foreign to them. They don't have that as part of their nature. It's missing.
Rachel, don't go around spreading that. You might break the internet.
Well, you know what?
Go on.
I'll say the other day, I said openly that I would drop Gamergate entirely if the anti-Gamergate really proved that they were actually for bringing in diverse creators, people of color, and they could be of different ideologies. Because, I mean, there's Christians, all sorts of other people in the world that don't fit their ideology, but want to get into game dev, want to get into technology. But that same day was when they told UNICEF not to accept our charity donations.
Oh, God. Because they're going to, replace that money with themselves, right?
Yeah, and the thing about it is, anytime you sit there and try to bring up the fact that they don't do anything that really helps society overall, they sit there and say, well, we're just trying to handle things where we are and fix the problems of where we are. We're in the first world. We are in the West. If you are here with an internet connection, you are better off right now than most of the planet. And to sit there and say, well, we need to sit here and work on the issues that are sitting here in front of us. You enjoy the rights that so many people in other parts of the world cannot even dream about. And yet you're saying, well, we can't even sit there and think about trying to help women in Islamic countries or in all these other parts of the world, or who are impoverished, or any of those things. People who get killed for, over honor killings, or just the variety of or acid attacks, or any of those things. They don't give a shit about those people, and they don't give a shit about when it happens to men either. They really don't care, but they like to pretend that they do.
Right.
It's something that they use to try and appear to be, holier than thou. So when they sit there and they're more interested in things like whether or not there's sexism in video games, it just makes them look like an asshole. I'm sorry. It really does make you look like an asshole to try and pretend like you care about all of those women. How are women in let's say in the Congo being affected by violence in video games? I really want to know the answer to that question. I really want to know how that's helping anybody to sit here and have that discussion.
Look, one thing I gotta say though is I know it's not about the issues to them. It's about how the issues make them look. That's why they only care when it happens to them. They don't care when it happens to women in Gamergate. They care when it happens to Anita or Zoe or somebody they can make a story out of it.
And I have a sneaking suspicion about this, though. When they say, I want to help women and minorities, oftentimes they're talking about either themselves or their very specific friends. They're not really talking about helping people who are even impoverished here in America. They don't really give two shits about those people because they aren't... you wouldn't expect to see someone like Anita helping out like a homeless shelter or doing, or serving soup at a soup kitchen. You wouldn't see her doing any of those. You wouldn't even see her helping out at an animal shelter. She doesn't have she doesn't find that to be something important or rewarding.
No, I mean, I've been a volunteer for years here. To train
right, I would do
across
that.
the country. And this is the first time I've heard of this bullshit. Like, I've heard of social justice as an idea, but it's the first time I've heard of it in this weird-ass rich people context.
Yeah, it's really weird. It really is weird that they sit there and try and take that holier-than-thou perspective, where there are people like us who are out there. Many of us, I know, several of me and the people I know, we're real people. We're the kinds of... Okay, I'm not as poor as some people. I do have internet service, and I do have a place to live. But it's just that to sit there and say that they are the representation that we need in society, and that women are not being represented, what you're saying is, what you really mean is people like you. There aren't people like you out there who are representing women and minorities and things like that. That's really what they're actually trying to say. Is there aren't people.
Speaking of rich people and small cliques, Felicia Day. I want to get on to that.
Oh wait, isn't she the chick who knows Will Wheaton? I could be mistaken.
I don't know if she knows. I don't know if she knows Shut Up Wesley, but
yeah, she knows him well. They are good friends.
But I do know that for anybody else who doesn't know, I think one of her biggest things was like Buffy the Vampire Slayer. She's the redhead. She was also in American Pie. And Supernatural. Do what?
Isn't that
You're thinking Alyssa Hannigan.
Yeah, I am. Which one was Felicia Day then?
Was she in
She wasn't in those. She's done mostly voice acting work, and she also did The Guild.
Okay, was she the one in Okay, who was the one who is in Dr. Horrible? The woman who is in that.
That's a good question. That might have been her.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I do know that she was in Supernatural.
Oh yeah. Who did she play?
Briefly.
Who is she in Supernatural? What season?
Oh Jesus.
Do you recall? Okay. Had they gotten to the part with the angel yet?
I'm looking up on IMDb right now. Known for The Guild, The Flog, Red Werewolf Hunter, Backslide. This is a bunch of crap I've never heard of. The Guild 2, Eureka.
Oh, Eureka. Okay, I know what you're talking about.
I'm gonna say this because this is something that's been on my mind for a long time. Sci-Fi Channel is where people's careers tend to go to die. It's like, well, I've done everything else.
Yes, she was on Dr. Horrible's sing-along blog.
Oh, that was her! Yay! So yeah, that is her. Yes, I recognize her now. And that's kind of an interesting thing that she got doxxed. And to be honest, if she's listening right now, I'd want to say that it's very sad that that sort of thing happened to you. I don't think it really was, Gamergate, but,
Okay,
that's
and
fucking
for
terrible.
Supernatural,
It's really terrible that that happened.
She was
really-
Charlie Bradbury. She was in season 7, 8.
I mean, I can't really
and
sit
9.
here and apologize for it because it's not something I was involved in or that I know anybody who was involved in, and I don't know for sure that Gamergate was even involved in it. But what seems to be happening right now is there are a lot of attention trolls who tend to want to feed off of the negativity or the negative feelings going on in Gamergate. And a lot of things, that's just the way the internet goes. These people they crave attention. I'm not saying all trolls. Some trolls just do it because they want to fuck with people. But I think that these people in particular are rather toxic because they seem to want to profit in some cases off of it. There's a very specific troll from Brazil who keeps trying to profit off of making threats against Anita, but through clicks to his website. And I don't know if they've sent the party van for him yet because he keeps getting reported by Twitter. It's getting to be a problem. He keeps getting reported, and those sites those accounts get taken down, and nothing seems to be getting done about that.
I'm sorry, my head had like a little bit of a seizure or something. My head just went. Were we on Felicia Day?
Yeah, but what we're talking about is there are very specific trolls who keep doing this kind of things. I mean, I would expect that the reason why Felicia Day got doxxed is not necessarily because of her opinions, but because she seemed to be somebody notable who commented. And these people keep going around and doxing them because they want the attention. They want to sabotage both sides of this.
Right. What I was actually focusing on with her, and it is a horrible thing that she got doxed, but I think that she has committed the fallacy of not exactly looking into what Gamergate is to be really informed, but I do understand that she has been stalked before, and I can see that kind of trauma in her reaction. While I don't necessarily agree that it's justified, I do agree that it's justified in her mind when she said that she crossed the street and could not, or crossed the street because two guys in Call of Duty and Halo t-shirts walking down the street towards her, and she crossed the street to avoid them. Now, she does it. I believe she does admit that these could have been perfectly nice individuals, but the fact is, she thought that they may be Gamergate. And I think while I can possibly forgive somebody who has previous trauma with a stalker. And this is the only reason why I'm not basically kind of going demi batshit over it, because I do understand what it's like to deal with that kind of thing. But the road to recovery is not surrounding yourself with people who feed your
victimhood.
Yeah, well, feed your victimhood and feed your perception of victimhood. Now, just like rape victims, a lot of people who are part of trauma go one or two ways. They either go extreme extrovert or extreme introvert. You know what I'm talking about, Rachel? When with a sexual victim, they either go very promiscuous or they go very introverted.
Yeah, it just gets really involved. I remember there was somebody that I knew that happened to, and it was kind of, I was really worried about her, and there was nothing I could do to really, I guess, bring her in a healthy direction. She was the kind of person who needed to constantly be busy, so to deal with what happened to her, she just took on a whole lot of stuff to try and not think about it anymore. It was just one project after another to try and not think about it. And then she went on a string of relationships that went badly. So it was just really bad. And we've lost touch, so
Well, in the same token, remember not John Tesh. Oh God, what was the guy who did America's Most Wanted?
Oh
What's his
gosh,
name?
I don't know. Ah, jeez. Ah, it's been so
Walter.
long.
What wasn't it? Walter something?
I don't know. Damn. Somebody get on the internet because I can't run too much stuff in the background while with Google Plus.
All right, what am I looking up?
Anyway. The guy who did America's Most Wanted.
Yeah.
The host of that, right?
Yeah.
The name's on the tip of my tongue. Too. Yeah.
John Walsh. There you go. John Walsh. That guy actually.
Right off.
He started that because his son, as from at least what I've heard, is that his son was kidnapped, and he had actually started that, and that is it's kind of indicative of the same type of trauma where someone becomes an extrovert rather than an introvert, and it seems that Felicia Day has become more of the introverted sort. Both are equally as traumatic. Both are equally as destructive. But with Felicia, I would. The only reason that she's got a pass is because of the previous stalker trauma that she had before. She is actually acting like what I've seen as a real victim, not something that these other people go and say, "Look how big of a victim I am. This is my victim score."
Yeah, you don't sit there and do the stuff that like people like all of the literally who's do. You don't sit there and do that when you're actually a victim or legitimate victim of trauma, or when you're experiencing those things. And here's the thing, though. I kind of lost all sympathy for those specific people because I understand that what they're doing is they're attention whoring. They really are. This is like PR for them. And they sit there and relish when they seem to get these threats against themselves. It's ridiculous. Whereas here's somebody who is innocent in this. She's a bystander. She's not involved in Gamergate. She's not involved in the corruption at all, and she got attacked needlessly.
Right. Oh, just a quick moment for the chat. We do have the Q&A section up, so if you want to ask questions, feel free to go ahead and do that. All right,
Okay,
Rachel.
so where's the Q&A section? Where can I see this?
It is up there right below chat. It's the green one. Wait, sorry.
Okay.
It's the one that says Q&A. It's the fourth one down, I think.
Okay.
Yes, it is the fourth one down.
Okay, it's opening, I think.
So I don't know if we're gonna get any questions, but we might. You never know.
And I has a cheeseburger.
Sure, why not?
I'm not seeing any questions.
No, I'm not seeing any questions either. I'm thinking we're just basically kind of background noise for about 24 of these people.
Ah, damn.
Isn't that what these streams are for, is background noise?
Nobody likes us.
I don't know, unless your name is King of Pole or Internet Aristocrat, where you get like 1,000 to 3,000 apiece.
When will Internet Aristocrat? Yeah, exactly. When will Senpai notice me? God damn it.
I know, right?
I keep saying that. I remember asking Shiwanhead, and she just kind of went quiet. I'm like, how do I get Mundane Math Senpai to notice me? Or Internet Aristocrat?
I don't know. I tend to get IA like responding to me quite often in chat. I'll just say something fucking random, and he'll like, yeah, Darkstar, Darkstar, Darkstar. I'm like, okay, maybe my name's just really catchy or some shit. I don't know.
I was totally a dork, to be honest. I'm not one of the cool kids.
I think I've gotten him to respond to one of my things once.
Well, from what I understand, Internet Aristocrat at least is kind of a recluse. At least I think from what Mundane Matt said, before this shit happened, he was just sort of very, very quiet, and you just couldn't get to him because he's got a real life. I'm imagining.
Well, I actually watched Internet Aristocrat's videos before he got popular. Yeah, some hipster there.
Well, no, me too. Actually, I've been a long-time fan of his. So when he covered this, it was like, oh my gosh, it was like a nerdgasm.
Exactly.
Like, shit.
But yeah, Senpai noticed me. I'm like usually the one that's like doing a lot of the shit posting. I don't know. I think my favorite one is fat ass titties. So yeah, doing a bit of Tropic Thunder there.
Oh gosh. I think one of my favorite people in all this is Otter Jesus.
Otter Jesus. Oh yes.
Well, no, on Twitter, because like nobody knows who he is, but basically he keeps posting these hilarious reaction images of otters with his posts, and I just lose my shit each time. I cannot stop laughing. So it's just ridiculous. I remember I said there was a hashtag that probably didn't go anywhere. I think it was something like things Gamergate and anti-Gamergate have in common or something, and I said, well, we both wear pants, and or we both like pants. I'm like, who doesn't like pants? He's like, I don't like pants. They are oppressive to my otter sensibilities or something like that. And I said, well, what if I made you tiny otter pants? And he'd be like, that would be adequate. Make them out of this. And it's an otter holding a towel.
Nice.
I keep losing my shit. It's so funny.
Justicar, whenever he decides to make a video every once so often, I like watching him.
Oh yeah, he's pretty funny. I haven't watched as many of his videos. I think I'm more of a Bane666 kind of gal, or a
yeah. Bane is awesome.
Yes, the Poison Queen.
Or a Victor Zen kind of person. Wait, who else? There's a bunch of other people that I listen to. I'm trying to think.
Well, Karen, whenever she decides.
Sargon. Yeah, Sargon, Karen. Yeah. So just that tends to be just the people. Whenever I see somebody whose videos are really, really good and well done, I just shove them in my subscriptions.
I like Victor Zen, but a lot of his stuff gets a little too heavy, and he's like.
Hello.
Wait, also.
Hey, what's going on?
Also, like, oh gosh, why does
Matt.
his name hit me right now? It's
It's me.
Hey, we've got Matt in here.
Hey.
Oh my gosh, hi Matt.
Yeah, I'm just gate crashing. I figured you guys could use another voice since
Oh, of course.
so much seems to be happening.
Introduce yourself to all 23 people in here, Matt.
Yes, I'm Matt, aka Legendsmith, and I've done a stream before on here once. That was
Was it last Friday?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was last Friday.
I'm the guy who's possibly slowly making a auto moderation script for Google Hangouts, so we can bring on an anti-GGer, and what I'm hoping is that because this thing will be automated, it can't be biased, so they'll be more inclined to jump on here.
Well, there should be some moderation, but human moderation.
Oh yeah.
But that should only be in very limited amounts. Like, there's a reason for it. It just escaped me by now.
I know
But yeah, there should be a auto moderation where the human moderator does not have control of it. It needs to be self-set. This way, nobody can say that, oh well, the moderator's biased and they cut me off.
Yeah, that's right. And what this thing is going to do at the moment, it's basically, it can be set so like everybody has this much time to speak. I'm just going to set it like the default's going to be like 10 minutes, and then it'll put everybody in a list, and then it'll just go through the list. Like one side one person gets on one side gets to talk for 10 minutes, and the next person gets to talk for 10 minutes, and it just goes down that list. So everybody gets a turn, and it's a set turn. Nobody can interrupt them because everybody else is muted. And yeah, so like enforced fairness.
Right. It's actually a very good idea. I like the idea of the fairness. How do you plan on sectioning it out? I mean, do you just do 2 speakers at a time? You want to get 4? Do you want to get a panel on each side?
What I'm planning at the moment is that there'll be at the start, before the Hangout actually goes on air, everybody has to choose a side. So like there'll just be 2 buttons, like you choose the green side or the purple side.
Okay.
These are the default sides, green or purple. And then
Wait, the purple penguin side?
We got to talk about that later, but go ahead.
Yep. So everybody chooses a side, and then it'll just alternate between those. So it'll be someone from green talks, someone from purple talks, and so there's this alternating order of
I do have a problem, though. The colors you were referencing are synonymous with rape.
Yeah, they're rape colors, don't you know?
Oh no. Oh wait.
I'll go get some water now.
We gotta talk about full Macintosh every now and then, just for a laugh.
You're making my head hurt. I'm getting tired.
I think we're going to break Dark Star if we're not careful.
Well, you see there, I did my parody there, since Macintosh recently posted, okay, decided to give it a try, Jim Sterling's review convinced me, I had a picture of Alien Isolation. I have a parody account called Radical Nibbles. He's only going half Macintosh. He's only going half Macintosh.
Radical Nibble.
I'm sorry, I'm stuck on Radical Nibbles.
Well, for those who don't understand, a bit is 1 bit of information, a byte is 8 bits of information, and a nibble is 4 bits of information, so it's half of a byte. That's why I chose Radical Nibbles, because he's only going half Macintosh.
Okay, I surrender my nerdhood to you. I had no fucking idea what the fuck a nibble was.
Yeah, I didn't actually know that was a thing either.
Don't.
When are those used? I know bits are used, no bytes are
And
used.
so I found this picture of a joke game. Everyone remembers the old game Paperboy?
Yeah.
Well, this one was Paperboy 2, Get Paid or Get Laid, Lonely Housewives Edition. And so I put that as the picture of what Radical Nibbles is going to try.
Oh, Paperboy! Yeah, I'm the Paperboy. Would you like to see my paper?
Oh,
I got
God.
front. I got front.
Real fat and real long.
Guys.
I got
It's good.
front headline news for you.
Guys, if you keep that up, I'm gonna get triggered.
I'm triggering people.
I'll be triggering you all night, lady.
I think Rachel's getting excited.
Oh no.
Yeah. I am a little bit, but not in the weird way.
No,
Yeah,
it's
she just
already
wants to
weird.
watch tentacle porn now.
Well, you know, when will Tentacle Senpai notice me?
Oh, okay. I guess I'm not using a high pitched enough voice for anime.
I
Yeah.
probably
No, no,
no, no, no.
Using a tentacle monster, then low voice is perfect.
Guys.
Guys.
Guys, I can do it. So like, Oni-chan.
Oh, you crapped out. Come on, you can do better.
Oh wait, I crapped out.
You crapped out. You pulled it. You pulled your punch. Come on.
Like Oni-chan, Oni-chan, daijoubu? Daijoubu desu ka?
Oh, I'm so sorry. This is what the chat's evolved into, like, since I've come in.
You've got this like giant monster and like some sort of floating yellow fish going somewhere, and you have no idea what the fuck they're saying. But some girl's about to get fucked by an octopus, and you know.
Yeah, she is.
Considering how long they've had tentacle porn in Japanese culture, I think that it's pretty much expected.
Yeah,
Actually,
if you look at it, it goes back like centuries or something.
yes, it does actually. There's actually, if I'm not mistaken, there's an artist that did, I think it was a woodcut of a woman having sex with an octopus. It dates back pretty far. I can't remember what dynasty or what year or whatever, because I'm not familiar with.
Time ago.
But if there are woodcuts of women like having sex with octopi, that's, you know.
I think it's pretty obvious that they have a fetish for it.
The sheer fact that you know the history of this disturbs me greatly.
Well, you know, I'm kind of a connoisseur of hentai.
I take
Really?
it for it.
So for somebody to sit there and start saying, "Oh my gosh, Bayonetta is dressed too sexily," or
And
or
Rachel's
all
like,
these things.
that's tame.
Yeah, it's really tame. I mean, if you're
She's like, that's Bayonetta is hardcore, and you're like, would you like to see my collection of hentai tentacle porn?
I mean,
Actually, no, I'm the one with that.
Unless she's got like 4 gigantic tentacles in her ass, I'm really not impressed. I'm really not going to sit there and say that this is something that's going to be corrupting the youth.
Until you've seen Uratsuki Doji, you have not seen sexualized.
I think I'll stick with my regular porn.
Okay,
Yeah.
guys, back
Okay.
to
Gamer-
Gamergate. We're gonna
Yeah.
we're gonna have someone coming on in a moment who's
Oh,
gonna talk
really?
about. Yeah, he's from the Steam chat. Smeghead.
He's from what now?
Wonderful name. The Gamergate Steam chat.
Oh, really? Awesome. Awesome.
Yeah,
That's
he's,
good.
he's
Who is
actually written stuff down to to talk about. So
Who is
I
it?
don't know. If you look in the Gamergate Steam chat, he's Wait, there's no chat here that I can link. Is there?
No, well, yeah, on the left, you can link it inside the actual chat
If
here.
it wasn't so late, I would seriously think about seeing if I could get Gemma on, but it's really late, so it's it doesn't seem well. Yeah, I've actually gotten in contact with her, and she's very nice, very well spoken. She's really awesome. I love her to death. It's great.
I was actually supposed to have Oliver Campbell on, and I'm not sure if he's still running his thing or not.
I don't know, but I'd love to talk to him. I remember seeing his stream. I think it was last week, or was it this week? But anyway, I didn't get around to watching the incident, but apparently they brought on an anti-Gamergater, and there was a little bit of a kerfuffle. And apparently he sort of reacted in a way that he regretted a little bit. He said he wasn't going to apologize for what was said, but he was going to apologize for the degree and intensity of the anger. So, yeah,
Wow.
but the thing about it is he, I'm not going to speak for him, but he does have a story, and, he is disabled, and it's something that he goes through all the time, and he was explaining that sometimes things can get a little bit too involved, and if he might lose his shit. And you know what? I've had similar situations, happen to me before, because, when you do have something that you deal with on a regular basis, whatever it may be, sometimes you do kind of lose yourself. Like, I have anxiety, and when I'm not completely on my game, and there are specific things that do trigger it, and I have a tendency when that's happening, and there's a disconnect in my brain, I'm more likely to respond angrily, or very, very sort of frustrated, because the frustration gets to an intensity, and I'm more likely to lash out at people, and then I feel terrible afterwards. It's something that doesn't happen very often. It's a rare occurrence. I don't think even Christian or Definor have seen me flip out before. It's something that doesn't happen very often.
That would be something to see on the infrared.
Oh, no, it hasn't happened, and it usually happens, like I said, with my anxiety. If it's usually one of the things that triggers the anxiety. So yeah, I actually legitimately have triggers, but they aren't like Tumblr triggers. It's it's usually very specific things, anxiety or frustration surrounding very, very specific things. So it's not like I'm gonna go see something and then get triggered. It's
Yeah. Well, yeah, I know someone who had a really, 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 really bad experience once when they were really young, and they managed to get over that until one day they nearly drowned, and that triggered them. And when I say triggered them, I mean like that literally brought all like the baggage that they had suppressed back, and they changed as a person. It was really horrible. That's being triggered, not Tumblr shit.
Yeah, the Tumblr shit, it really does piss me off, because when you have had legitimate struggles in the past, and you have had issues where you do try to deal with things like depression, anxiety, all of these things where you may actually have things like panic attacks and real legitimate problems that can be really debilitating, and then somebody says that something that they just don't agree with is going to trigger them, that is really frustrating to me, especially when you see things like Twitter causing you to have PTSD. Like, I was actually diagnosed with that when I was younger, and I don't know if I have still all of the symptoms that go along with that, because I think I've dealt with a lot of that baggage, and and move to coping mechanisms, but it's something that you.
Yeah.
When I think of Twitter, I'm like, are you serious? How could you even? You're sitting there and you're saying you've gotten triggered by Twitter by people who disagree with you.
When I see Tumblr's definition of depression, I really want to reach through the screen and take them on a little journey about what really being clinically severely depressed is like, to the point that you are on psychotic medication and actually hearing voices even though you're not schizophrenic.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're to the point where you are genuinely not hearing Loki and Thor inside your head, but you're hearing...
Oh God, don't get started on headmates.
You're hearing like the screaming that says, just fucking die. And that's a nice one.
Or if you've and here's the thing though, a lot of these people who get involved with this stuff, a lot of them have never really been suicidal or dealt with any of these really heavy issues. I'm not going to sit there and say that their experiences are entirely wrong. It is a possibility that maybe you do have some legitimate problems that are, just as important. But when we're talking about real mental problems, if you are sitting there and you're saying, oh my gosh, I'm being triggered by these things, you need to see a therapist.
Well, in that case, the place for you is not Tumblr, but if any place, maybe Wizard Chan.
I mean, yeah, these people have not really experienced, that kind of feeling. When you sit there and you legitimately feel like you don't have a future, or you don't feel like you have anything to look forward to at all in your life, to the point where you're thinking about just calling it quits, that is something that is incredibly serious. And
I think just if I
yay,
may
Smeg is on. Yeah.
Yes, we've finally got Smeg here. His mic is configured, I hope. And
Hi.
Smeg?
Smeg. We'll wait on him for a second.
Smeghead.
Yep.
Hey Smeg, check your microphone, make sure it's not on mute.
Yeah.
Yeah, you might want to go into your settings. It's that little gear that's towards the top of Google Plus, if you're not familiar. Because I know I'm not used to the configuration myself.
Make sure it's got the right microphone selected.
And there's also a little red microphone thing at the top. You might want to make sure that's unchecked.
Just on Steam, he just messaged me saying ignore me for a while. I think he has to restart his. I'm not totally sure. He might have to restart or something.
Oh, look,
okay.
It's finally figured it out.
Continue.
There we go. Actually done it.
Oh, here we go.
Hi.
All right, Smeg. Tell us about yourself, man.
I'm the same guy who was here before. Under this well, I've been here before. I'm 19. I'm just do games. It's not really much.
Hey, weren't you on? Didn't I hear you on the King of Pole chat earlier?
Possibly. I've been about, but it's been a long day. It's like,
Yeah.
what time is it here? 6:30? Yeah. So,
You
yeah.
sound tired.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
she
quite-
doesn't sleep. It can be really tiring. I will sit there and say that. They say, like, well, I'm not tired. I'm not too tired to go on, but a lot of times we are losing sleep. Not necessarily over this, but because we just want this dealt with. And
Yep.
I remember Laura falling asleep on us last time.
Oh,
I don't understand, because Sargon of
Oh,
Akkad,
Lord.
Sargon of Akkad, he lives in England, so he's
How
got the
do you
same
do
sleep
it?
cycle as me, which is just insane because he's so productive. I don't understand it.
I think it's crack.
I don't know how he handles it. How he has the strength to
Oh.
continue. He's
well,
so
there is this thing. Some people, and I've had it happen to me. They just get so motivated to do something that they can't not do it, and that can happen.
Me too.
Yeah.
I've not slept properly for 3 weeks now. My sleep cycle's been awake all night, sleep at 2.
It's sporadic. Sometimes I'll just get a regular sleep and go to bed at a reasonable hour, and then I'll be fine for 1 or 2 days, and then the next I don't get any sleep until dawn.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need to sort my
There's
life
two
out.
settings. Is
Um,
sleep is for the weak and sleep for the weak. Yeah, no, go on.
Smeg, Matt said that you had something that you wanted to talk about.
No, I said I could contribute on some issues.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Awesome.
But
So let's go find some issues. Let's see what's going on about on Twitter and 8chan and what's the happenings.
Yeah, I'm not really good at like bringing topics. I'm good at like commenting. Well, that's my thing.
Wait, the
I will. Oh, no, the happening. Jeez, the happenings. You know.
Wait, Smeg, you from what I understand, are you a developer?
Huh?
I'm sorry.
Not really. No.
Okay.
I think you may have got me confused with someone else.
I may have. Okay. All right, go ahead.
Okay, who's finding the issues? We're gonna issue hunt.
I'm looking for them. I don't know if I'm robotic now.
Okay, we'll rely on you.
I don't know. I'm
Oh.
gonna hunt through the 8chan.
Oh, I found something interesting before actually. Matt Lees keeps trying to tie the GG hashtag to Aurini and the Sarkeesian effect. So his latest thing, he made a mock, like a spoof of the Sarkeesian effect. They're trying to like
Wait, who
get
did?
all of like Matt Lees. He's a
Oh god, that pinhead has no idea.
God. He has no idea what he's fucking doing. See, I happen to know Jordan Owen and Davis Arini. There's some pretty good people. I mean, say what you will about their personal beliefs, but
Oh,
you
no,
know they are decent people. You know, I don't, and that's the thing about these anti-Gamergate folks. The idea of being friends with people who don't believe the same shit that they do is completely lost on them.
I was with like I used to be in the same forum as Aurini and this guy called Brun. So I've like known his circle. It's very weird. Like it's kind of weird actually because I sort of all of these people, these people on YouTube and all of these identities, they're actually from quite a small like knit community when you think about it. 'Cause, like the same people pop up over and over. Like do you know Hot Wheels? Well, I used to know him as Copyface, and before that I knew him from Encyclopedia Dramatica, and before that I knew from blah 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 blah. It's really weird.
Wait, you know people from Encyclopedia Dramatica?
Yeah, like Sega and Oddguy and shit.
Awesome. I've been a long time fan of Encyclopedia Dramatica.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
not
like
sure how to feel about
quite
that
small.
side. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. A lot of things are really driven by just a few people who actually, like, they're the people who actually want to see it work. And one of the interesting things about Gamergate I've noticed is that it's this. We don't actually seem to have that. We've got instead of having like this just one little group that kind of drives the whole thing, we've got a ton of them. We've got all these individuals who are linked like loosely with everybody else through other people, through groups like this. Like, you know, this channel, this YouTube channel, this isn't like the core of Gamergate, but we're one of like the nodes in a network, and because of that, we can't be shut down.
Right.
Hashtag signal boost.
Mm.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
It really kind of works like a splinter cell group, I guess.
I don't think that these people on the anti-Gamergate side understand how this is working, because whenever they explain Gamergate, they always explain it. Either they understand it or they're trying to sit there and push their agenda and sweep it under the rug, or they don't understand it at all because they keep saying the same crap about, like, oh, men are just feeling threatened that women are now in their spaces and that there's now inclusivity and stuff like that. It's really ridiculous.
I think that they think that we work just like them.
Exactly.
And of course, that's really wrong. And the way they work is, of course, you know, they've got what's it called? It's a heteronymous organization where you've got these people at the top who basically dictate to the pleb masses how it is. And what they say is, of course, you know, there's the patriarchy, there's the there's the sexism in games, there's the misogynist narrative. Oh God, I hate it so much. The narrative. Oh. Anyway, so yeah, and because of that, I think that's, if I can link this to what Total Biscuit said on the Internet Investigator stream. Yeah, he said that he's talked to anti-Gamergate people, and they've actually been much more receptive in private.
Yeah, he did say
In
that.
public, they can't be, and I think that's because of this heteronymous thing where there's the leaders dictating to everybody else. They can't they've got to line up with the leaders, otherwise they're pushed out, because that's how it works.
I can possibly exemplify this through the example of Matt Lees, who is my sort of pet obsession. I hate saying that, but I am sort of obsessed with him in a horrible oh my god, you're so annoying, but let me watch more sort of way. He took issue with Total Biscuit when Total Biscuit refused to completely say for or against. Refused to say, well, if you're not with us, you're against us. You see what I mean? So, what the people with this mindset, they sort of work on the idea that everything has to be polar opposites, it's diametric. Things like you're with us or against us. They work in groups, which is ironic considering that.
Oh my gosh, you guys! There's a new Gamergate Sings thread where I think that they're actually trying to do another kind of musical thing. I'm excited.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Smeg,
I'm so excited.
your mic went really quiet there.
Yeah, it did sound like it was fading out.
That's probably because I'm running something in the background.
No.
I don't use Smeg's mic.
Yeah.
They've done this before, so I'm gonna just be short sentences.
Okay, because you sound fine now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've had it before. It's just this computer. I don't know why.
Huh.
Are you using the computer's microphone or an external mic?
External mic.
Oh, okay.
I'm bookmarking this thread. Because
can you link it for us in the chat?
Sure, yeah.
And
It's
then
it's gonna
Dark
be
can
great.
get it up on the screen for everybody else. All out. What is it, 23 viewers?
Yeah, all 23 of them.
All 23 of our viewers, because we don't people don't know that we're out there. But it's okay, because people will watch it later on. I think the stream is going better than the last one, because I don't think we knew what we were going to talk about. And now I think we're a little more comfortable.
The problem with the last one was that the first 4 hours was great, but my endurance kind of wavered at the last 4 hours.
It really did.
It was an 8-hour stream, and it's I was really new to Google Hangouts and the operations of it. Now I know it a little bit better, and it works a little bit better, but man, 8-hour streams, God.
Well, have you figured out how to share videos yet?
I can share videos, but I really don't have. My bandwidth is so low right now that it's very difficult.
Yeah, apparently, this is really awesome because it's two of my favorite things, which is singing and HN and gaming.
Let me go ahead and try this. Is the video? Rachel, did you post that just a second ago?
It's just a. It's not a video. It's just a thread. They're trying to organize another thing where they all end up singing together or do things like that. So it looks pretty cool.
Reveiw musical, stealing that.
Yeah, that's exactly how this.
So it's gonna be Gamergate the musical.
That's how it got. That's how it got arranged this time around. I think it was V the musical too. It's entirely organized through these threads. So we can expect to see more from this. I'm hoping, because I love it so much. I'm totally nerding out right now.
Totally off subject, but I think I'm going to do another stream, not on the Gamergaters stream, but one of my own, where we do a drinking game.
Oh, really?
All right.
Well, unfortunately, I can't participate in that one.
Depends. What's the drinking game?
We're going to have one person with Twitter open, and we're going to have.
Every time Tumblr buzzword comes through, shot.
Sorry, what?
Every time someone goes.
Every time we have a the word misogyny, Gamergate, feminist, sock puppet, we're going to create a bunch of words on a list, and we're going to have one person with an agreed-upon group of people who are anti-Gamergate and Gamergate. And every time we see it in a post, we take a drink.
Oh man, we're gonna be so drunk. I remember going away for like 5 minutes on Twitter and coming back, and it was like 200. Wait.
You do realize that you're probably going to end up with alcohol poisoning by the end of that stream.
Yeah, we will
That's
die.
great.
I think you're controlled opposition. This is just a plan to kill us.
He's got a good point there. They're gonna try and kill us out.
I almost feel like honestly doing one of these. I don't know. It sounds like fun, to be honest.
Well, I'm actually going to do it, so if you guys want to set it up, we can go ahead and do that.
We can actually sing. I think the one, I don't know if anybody knows Les Mis at all, because there's a bit of this here, so wait, hold on. To the tune of, Can You Hear the People Sing? Do you hear the gamers singing a song of men and children? It is the music of a people who will not be fooled again. When that burning in your heart matches the burning in your thumbs, the newer aim.
What have I told you about singing?
Tomorrow comes. Will
It's
you
not your
join in
stream.
our campaign? Who will email sponsors with me? Listen to the
Press 1 to mute.
I've actually...
It's nice when you can actually sing.
So someone needs to actually rework these lyrics because they're not as singable as you would imagine. These are.
I think that I've heard of people randomly breaking into song in jest. I've never actually heard anybody randomly break into song.
Well, Rachel and I do it all the time on Skype.
Yeah, we actually do. The internet is for porn, and we totally could do that. Like right now, I could go grab the lyrics.
Oh, wow.
Sad thing is, I actually remember that shit.
I would join in, but I always sing off key. Always.
That's okay. We can like drone it together and make it sound like.
Well, let me actually go find the lyrics for that.
See, that's the thing. Rachel and I both have singing training.
Yes. I can tell, actually. But
Thank you.
yeah.
Nice.
I was in chorus for about, I think it was like, was it like 7 years? Like 6 maybe? I don't know.
You said more than I have.
It was like, it was always like a hobby even before I had the access to that sort of class. And then after that, I think it was in high school, I got pissed at the newer teacher that they had brought in for chorus. And like he was doing a lot of really weird arrangements, and it just didn't sound good, and it was kind of a douche. So I said, you know what, fuck it. If this guy is going to be the teacher, I'm just going to go do drama. So I did drama instead. It was like, it was an interesting situation. With that, apparently they brought in somebody better the next year, so I was kind of a little bit disappointed because then I missed out on that part. But you know, I never got to make it to the really high up. Because there were always like several different choruses, because they always had like a hierarchy. They had the ones who sat there and put all their time and effort into it, and had like the financial backing. Because whenever you did like show choir or something, you had to have like special outfits for it. They had the matching outfits for the ladies, and you had to get the special shoes and stuff. Yeah, and you're sitting there seeing classical music and stuff. Like I remember we had to do the Hallelujah Choir for Christmas. And the thing about that is that now it's stuck in the back of my mind. If someone starts it, I have to finish it at least in my mind, or it's not going to get out of my head. Don't you dare do it. Now everybody knows my weakness. Why did I say that out loud?
Guys, this is like 2 a.m. here, so I gotta get to bed pretty soon. It was great talking to you.
Hey Jason,
so
man, do you want to actually do a drinking live stream?
I would, but I'm broke as hell right now. I couldn't afford any booze.
And I gotta say, Josh did an awesome job on your image.
We should do like a fun anything for us doing drinking games.
The drawings that Toshi's been doing on online for the Gamergate people, he did an awesome job on yours.
Yeah, I loved it. It was awesome.
He's been doing some great stuff.
Wait, which one is Toshi? Have you guys
The one who
seen?
does the people of Gamergate images. I keep
Oh
retweeting
my
them. 'cause I
gosh,
love
it's great! Did you guys see? The thing about Oliver though is I'm kind of embarrassed because I retweeted the image that they had of
him, an internet aristocrat.
Well, no, they had Oliver and they had Milo Yiannopoulos, and it was like, why are we in my bedroom, senpai? And then there was like several different options, and one of them was, I want to give you a pearl necklace. It was the one that was selected
Wow.
as sort of like a dating sim. I thought it was the funniest thing I'd seen all week.
Speaking of Milo though, did who here listen to the what was that On Point radio show?
Oh
with,
god,
when they
yeah,
got
the
Milo on?
NPR thing.
Yeah.
I couldn't find a recording of it, so
I've actually got it somewhere, I think.
Yeah, it's up on a few places. I think it's even up on the On Point site. But that was pretty interesting how Milo blew everybody the fuck out.
Yeah.
It was just
Ooh, wow.
and the presenter would just constantly like, oh, better, he's getting too good. Better change the subject.
Hey guys, this is Jason with Not Your Shield. I think he wants to drop out. So Jason, man, if you want to plug anything on the way, just go ahead and do that.
I'm Polar Roller on Twitter. I keep everything, all happenings going on there. So if you guys want to follow, yeah, definitely come on Twitter and give me a follow. Thanks a lot for having me on.
All right, we
Thanks so
really
much for
appreciate having you on, man. You have a great night.
see you.
Awesome to
It was a
meet
great
you.
time. Good meeting you.
See you now.
Yeah.
All right,
He was
always
awesome.
love having
Somebody
Jason.
hire him. By the way, somebody go hire this guy.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah.
I wish I
Got
could.
that head on his shoulders, that's obvious.
If you are pro Gamergate and you are involved in a company or something, give this guy at least an interview or something, at least or something. I mean, it's more like don't just necessarily just hire him. I mean, see if he if he has skills that you need, and yeah, I don't know, ask him for a resume or something. What happened to him was really shitty. We need to resolve this crap.
What happened to him exactly? I'm not familiar.
Jason started the Not Your Shield hashtag, and these social justice warriors came in, and I think they called his workplace and said a whole bunch of horrible things about him, and he lost his job over it.
Yes,
Wow,
that's exactly what happened.
Jeez, I didn't realize
Really?
that was that guy. Wow.
Yes,
Yeah.
that was that guy.
And that's a wonderful thing about Gamergate. We're meeting all kinds of different people, and we get to meet them on the sort of down to earth level where there's not all of the stuff surrounding them. We get to really talk to them like real people. It's so awesome to me.
It really is. Like I've talked to people and I've watched videos that I never would have watched before. Stream thoughts
Right.
and
Oh yes,
Yes.
and here is the picture I was talking about.
Hey guys, hold on. So I think we're about to be cut off. So go ahead and plug anything. Don't leave just yet. But go ahead and plug anything you want to plug right now in case we got some people drop out.
All right. Well, my blog is naughtynerdist.tumblr.com. You can read some of my coverage. I haven't been able to cover as many things as I would like to. I did a beginner's guide to Gamergate post for Tumblr, and it covers basic stuff. So, give that a read maybe. And you can find me on honeybadgerbrigade.com, writing for them or the show. So yeah, there's that. Go on.
Check out Tales from the Infrared on AVFM Radio, and also check out 20oz.com.
Yes, definitely, because I write reviews for 20 Ounce. I have my Alien Isolation one coming up. I have my Destiny one out there. I also have an op-ed about Gamergate already up there. And hey, I'm Nephenor on Twitter, YouTube, pretty much everywhere else on the internet too. I'm the only Nephenor out there.
Oh.
yeah. I'm Legendsmith, and you can find all the details I have aggregated at the moment at legendsmith.net. I set that up literally today. So it's the scummiest way to get a website. You register a hostname and redirect it to a Dropbox, like HTML file.
Awesome.
There you go.
Anybody else?
This is just me, isn't there? I write for onlysingleplayer.com. and my Twitter is nebulous_smeg. So that's yeah.
Okay, awesome. What you were getting on is meeting people. I myself, I watched AVFM for quite a while before I ever started this, and the infrared. I watched that fairly religiously, and I never thought that I'd actually meet you guys, and it's been it's a pleasure. But yeah, you're right. You do meet some people in this type of realm, this type of climate that you would never otherwise think that you would meet. And I think that's actually very nice, and it speaks to the integrity and the down-to-earthness, like you said, of Gamergate.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's really great.
I just made it weird, didn't I?
No, it's awesome. Hey, Nephenor, you want to sing with me? We cut out?
Do you want to scare them off that quickly?
No, well, yeah. No, we're not gonna
let's
scare
them off
off.
that quickly.
It's gonna be funny. It's gonna be funny. Come on.
Before you do get into it, I would like to say that, as always, when we...
Oh, it's been muted.
As always, when you've just muted, dude.
Okay. Hello?
Hello.
Matt.
I've got something really important.
You're cutting out, Smeg.
What happened?
Smeg.
Don't die on the Smeg.
Smeg's muted.
Aww. Oh.
We got a new person.
I just feel like I should drop in and tell you that the stream doesn't stop at 4 hours. It just stops recording. So it will not be uploaded to YouTube if you keep it going for more than 4 hours.
This stream don't stop!
Don't stop to get enough. Keep on.
Well, I wish I'd known that beforehand, but okay.
Wait. Does that mean that there's no brakes on the gate train?
It means. Yes. Okay, now, you waited too long. Now it's the other thing is people can't go back and listen to what happened earlier.
Yeah.
So now they can only listen to it live, but now it can go on for forever, but it won't be saved to YouTube when we're done.
Oh.
Really? So we've passed the point where even if we stop right now, nothing will be saved?
Well, so wait a second. That means that we could do almost anything.
Oh boy.
And maybe it's a good thing that the tentacle hentai something discussion wasn't saved.
Also,
as far as you know.
Tentacle wave!
I guess I should have gotten an answer before I dropped in, but I figured I should tell you about the timer thing before the timer ran out, so I just jumped in anyways.
Yeah, I was trying to get it over, before that, but thanks for trying, man.
Okay.
All right.
Want me to drop out, or do you?
No, go ahead, man. We don't care.
Okay.
Since this isn't going to be saved, we could just get everybody in here and not give a fuck.
The stream I did on Tuesday was absolutely horrible. That degraded into insanity pretty quickly.
No, it didn't.
That's the best kind.
Okay, so we need other people to sing the back part of.
No, not Tuesday. The one on Thursday.
So they're like ready. Okay. Anyway, all right. Here we go. I'm gonna teach a whole lesson all by myself, and I'm gonna do something relevant, something modern. The internet. The internet is really, really great.
Oh no! Oh god!
Fast connection, so I don't have to wait.
Porn!
There's always some new site.
Porn!
I browse all day and night.
Porn!
It's like I'm surfing at the speed of light.
Porn! The internet is for porn. The internet is for porn.
How are you doing?
I think the net was born. Porn.
Trekkie!
Oh, hello, Kate Monster.
You're ruining my song.
Oh, me sorry. Me no mean to.
Well, if you don't mind, please being quiet for a minute so I can finish.
Me no talkie.
Good. I'm glad we have this new technology.
Porn.
Which gives us untold opportunity. Right from your own desktop. You can browse and shop. Until you've had enough and you're ready to stop.
For porn! The internet is for porn!
No.
The internet is for porn! Staying up all night honking me hard for porn! Porn!
You're a pervert.
Oh, sticks and stones, Kate Monster!
No, really. You're a pervert. Normal people don't sit at home and look at porn on the internet.
Oh?
What?
You have no idea! Ready, normal people?
Ready.
Ready. Let me hear it! The internet is for porn!
The internet is for porn.
Sorry, Kate. The internet is for porn.
At this point, we gotta have everyone ready and on.
No.
Yeah, we're not coordinated here.
Yeah, do you now understand what I have to deal with on Tales from the Infrared all the fucking time?
I think it's pretty good that we aren't recording this, actually.
Yes, I think this is great. Nobody shall know.
2-hour shows every 2 weeks, and I do all 2 hours knowing full well that at any point these two will just break out into song completely off topic, fucking up the entire flow of the show.
I am very sorry for you, dude. I really am. I'm really sorry.
Is someone keeping track of how many viewers we have? Because I wouldn't be surprised if it's dropped to -1 at this point.
It was 16 last time I checked. It's still 16 according to YouTube.
Wait, how many we got?
16.
Yeah, we lost
went
some.
down.
We lost 8 viewers.
Oh, God.
Oh, no,
You know what? I'm going to take a bow now, because that's not everybody appreciates musical theater.
I'm pretty sure it was 16 when I joined in as well.
8 people died of brain aneurysms.
I actually think no one died of the singing.
No, I did check.
No.
Wait. We need a Sarah McLachlan song and someone saying, "Ear rape, it's real."
We raped everybody.
No, the truth is,
We're thinking about
Gamergate. Guys, no, this is Gamergate. They died of dysentery.
Oh boy.
Speaking of this again, just that feminist frequency tweet with we need to seriously address.
Yeah, we talked about
I'm
that.
looking at it right now.
Oh,
boy.
no. Oh, God. Now we stop recording and we start talking about something serious. Oh, Jesus.
Do we just want to move
not in
to a
this
new
chat.
stream so we can actually record it now, or?
Well, we should never cross the streams.
Well,
Oh,
it
God.
is the 30th anniversary, so maybe we should cross the stream.
You people made me do this last time. I'll do
The
it.
problem,
Okay.
what I wanted to drop in to say was that basically you should cut out the stream at once, because now everything that has been done has already been deleted.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, I will try to fucking
It might be so that basically it saved everything at the 4-point mark, so everything before that is saved and everything after is.
I think that's actually what happens. I think I've seen videos cut off at the 4-point mark.
Okay, maybe that's what happens.
That's so
That
weird.
would make sense.
I'm sure that it would, Google would be that much of an asshole to just go like, "Yep, you've gone over the time limit. Let's just delete everything." It'll probably just stop recording.
Did I really eat people pretty bad? Was it that bad?
It could, I could actually believe Google doing that.
I'm sorry.
Oh.
I won't sing anymore.
I will.
I will.
Okay, you know what, 8chan, you guys need to get on a song about tentacles or something, because that would be funny.
Tentacles. The reason why I'm able to pull that one off is I actually have 3 albums from the H.P. Lovecraft Historical Society, and 2 of them are H.P. Lovecraft Christmas carols.
Oh my gosh.
They are awesome. The third one is Fiddler on the Rooftop, completely parodied for Lovecraft.
Huh.
Oh my gosh, really? Are you serious?
I am very serious. Bayaki, fly me through space. Take me away, far from this place.
Oh my gosh, you know what would be great?
If I were a fish man, daddle-deedle.
No.
Actually, not. Actually, no, pardon me.
If I were a deep one.
Yeah, things just got really, really fucking nerdy in here.
Oh boy.
Yeah, well, if it already wasn't nerdy enough, I think that we've gone full nerd at this point. Wait. I think we need a scale, and I think it needs to go from something
Go on,
like
Paragon nerd.
Okay, what's the bare minimum on the scale though?
Lovecraft T-shirts. I think that pretty much qualifies me.
Okay, Okay, here's the thing we have to ask ourselves though. At the bottom of the nerd scale, what is the most acceptable like minimal amount that you have to know of to be considered the basic, the beginning of the nerd scale where you
have to know Swahili exists.
Oh god.
You need to have seen enough hentai to know where this is going.
You know what Mandalorian is?
I'd say the bottom of the nerd scale is like, knowing that when a computer fucks up, you turn it off and on again.
Yeah, there we go.
That's the baseline level,
Actually, no.
Just the IT
No,
crowd.
if you want to go to the complete bottom, that would be a 12 o'clock flasher, which is a person whose house is, all the clocks in their house are flashing 12 o'clock.
Oh gosh. Okay. And when so I think then the next level would be knowing what a Mandalorian is, or that there are lightsaber fighting styles. Oh wait, no.
Guitar scale. No,
Hey guys, new stream over on the right.
All right, let's jump in there.
All right, jump in there. Pop in. Woo.
Okay.